Welcome to the APTA's fourth Grand Prix event of the season, the Boston Open, presented by the Western Golf Club, Worcester Air, Narragansett Beer, Reflect Lighting, and APTA national sponsors Viking and Uline. We are live on the APTA network, presented by eNet Live. I'm Jerry Viant, along with Mark Fischel. We're about to see the men's final of the Boston Open between the number 2 seeds Drew Broderick and Jared Palmer, playing the defending Boston Open champions and national champions John Hughes and Mark Powers. Mark?
Well, Jerry, it's a pleasure to be sitting next to you after several tournaments we've missed.
Yes, I'm happy to be back here, and I'm looking forward to elbowing you through this match.
You notice I'm sitting a little further away from you, so I've got some space.
I did notice a different setup, but no, I'm really looking forward to getting into this match with you.
Okay, so let's meet our players. Drew Broderick is the director of racket sports at the Canoe Book Country Club. Jared Palmer's teaching some tennis out in California in the Menlo Park area. John Hughes and Mark Powers are not in the business, and they are not only the number 1 seeds defending champions here, but the defending national champions. These teams met last month in the Pro Flight Paddle Tour in the finals, and it was a decisive victory for Broderick and Palmer, the only time they played since last year's Nationals. And coming into the match, Jerry, I think you have to like Broderick and Palmer.
Based on the display that we just saw in the semifinals of Arraya and Mark Parsons, it was 2-1, a very quick match. And seriously, Mark, I did not see a weakness in Broderick Palmer's game at all. I mean, they're just mentally rock solid, as they always have been. I mean, that's their big strength, of course, with their racket skills and athleticism, but they look so focused and so sharp. And they've always been the team that just stays in the points and can just wear the opponents down looking for that error. But they've added offense now, and they really were, lights out on all the quick exchanges and brutal.
I think one of the things that's really helped Jared Palmer's play is the Pro Flight Paddle Tour. He's played a bunch more paddle. Last year coming into Nationals, I think he played 2, maybe 3 tournaments in advance of Nationals. And I know Drew felt the lack of a tough match they had getting to the finals hurt them. This year he's getting good paddle on a regular basis, and you can see it in his game. He's just razor sharp.
Yeah, they've got the look. And then Hughes and Powers, I mean, that was a good win for them, that semifinal match that we just saw. That was a 3-set battle. And they've been struggling a little bit, there's no secret, but we saw some sparks of the old team that got them to that national championship last year. And actually, this tournament, this time last year, they were strutting. They had found their stride. So they're looking to gain that spark back, and they did, show some of that old teamwork and well-placed lobs and getting John Hughes to hit his forehand. I mean, Powers is always explosive off the deck, but it's going to be a test today.
So you see the players warming up. On the right side of the bottom of your screen is Jared Palmer in the black jacket and the blood hoodie. To his left is Drew Broderick, the left-hander, warming up. And then Drew is warming up with John Hughes in the black Viking sweatshirt. And his partner is Mark Powers in the blue Wilson jacket. So the big question, I mean, let's talk a little bit about Hughes and Powers. They've been very up and down this year. John Hughes had some shoulder issues, missed the Philadelphia tournament, didn't play much over the summer. And I know they felt like they were kind of starting from ground zero when a lot of teams were in mid-season form. Went out to Chicago, got upset by the Rose brothers in the quarterfinals, which I think was the first time in maybe 4 or 5 years they hadn't held their seed. And they'd been remarkably consistent, not losing to a team seated below them for a long time. They started to get it together. There was a money tournament, Paddle Player Open, early January. They destroyed Stravinsky and McNerney. I think it was 2-1, 2-2, in about 40 minutes. Looked like they were getting it together. Went out to the Midwesterns and played a real spotty match in the semis there against Compton and Kaler and lost in straight sets.
Well, it's definitely a different feel. They are the defending champions. They are the number 1 seeds, and it's a different feeling. I mean, I know from experience, you're now the team that everybody's after. And they were on the rise last year. They were still kind of the new kids on the block, but now everybody's after them. And sometimes that, wears on you mentally. And you lose a little bit of confidence. It doesn't quite feel the same. And the goal, I think, for these guys is to get back to basics, get back to those little things that will bring their confidence back and bring that spark back.
And we saw in the semifinals, and what has been the strategy is a lot of teams are dumping the ball into John Hughes' corner and making him beat them with a forehand, the low forehand.
And they need to stay patient. They don't have to win quickly. They just need to stay patient, wait for the right shot, get those lobs up higher and deeper. I mean, that's what builds their point. That's what builds their game. It's just their willingness to stay in it a little bit longer and not go for anything too soon.
Yeah, and they really lobbed poorly, I thought, in the semifinal match. Now, Jerry, I can think of the perfect person to help with this was matchup.
Yes, and before you announce him, because I know you're going to give me grief.
Okay.
It has been pointed out to me by Annika van Starenberg's mother, who is Swedish, that we are pronouncing Martin's last name incorrectly.
So
and
it
you
should
know
be
how I am.
Boström.
Boostrom.
Boo.
Not Ba. Not
Boo.
Bostrom. Martin Boostrom, who has food in his mouth right now. So let's give him a second, because he didn't expect to be coming in quite so soon. Martin, can you, because I know I'm going to get grief, because I'm always making everybody say everyone's name the right way, but could you pronounce your last name, please?
The Swedish pronunciation of it is Boström.
Boström.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Everybody
almost
got
like
that?
It's like the second O actually has 2 dots above it, so we have a couple more letters in our alphabet than the American alphabet, so it's almost like you're saying an O with a hot potato in your mouth.
Okay, so now that we got past that, Martin, you played both these teams in the last 2 weeks. You played Drew and Jared down in Philadelphia. You played Hughes and Powers about an hour ago. Tell us what your thoughts are, how they match up, the strengths and weaknesses they bring to the court.
Well, I mean, if we're starting with Jared and Drew, right? I mean, they're going to be extremely disciplined. They're not going to give you any free points, so you pretty much have to manufacture every single point that you want to win. Against Hughes and Powers, you have a little bit of a safe spot in the backcourt right now with John's forehand. I mean, he can still hurt you if you're hitting the wrong ball, or if you're hitting a little too much pace where he can work off the back screen. But it's a pretty safe outlet. So I'm guessing in this match that we're going to see when Broderick, Palmer are at the net, Drew is going to take most of the overheads. He's going to hit what I like to call a little baby cut right down the middle that is going to break towards Hughes' forehand. And then once they get the opportunities, they're going to go after it a little bit more. I'm assuming that when Powers and Hughes are getting to the net, Mark is going to take most of the overheads. He's going to cut it over towards Drew, and then see if you can get a shorter overhead or anything like that to work with.
Now that's a departure from the style they've played the last year or so, where they transitioned about halfway through the year last year, letting Hughes hit more of the overheads and Powers sitting on the net.
Well, I mean, it comes down to it, right? I mean, if you're looking for the big offense in this match, I think the really heavy ball that you're going to see is going to be coming from Powers, and it's going to be coming from Jared. The more spot offense is coming from Drew, and it's coming from Hughes. So, in a way, the ad side of Drew and Jared is a little bit of the safer side in my way, and the do side of Hughes and Powers is a little bit of the safer side. And the beauty of both of these teams is that they have a righty and a lefty, right? So they can choose exactly how they want to play it, who's going to take more of the overheads until you get that shorter ball.
That kind of takes the sun factor out of it. Complete equalizer for both teams.
Yeah, no, the sun is sitting pretty low up here in Boston this time of the day, so having a righty-lefty makes for a big advantage.
Open. This final match is best of 3 sets with tie breaks. To my right, the number 1 seeds. In the deuce court from Enfield, Connecticut, John Hughes. His partner in the ad court from New York City, Mark Powers. To my left, in the ad court from Summit, New Jersey, Drew Broderick. His partner from Menlo Park, California, Jared Palmer. Broderick Palmer won the toss, elected to defer. Hughes Powers elected to receive.
So umpire Marshall Chapin is the head of the umpires up here in Boston, and he has done a fantastic job.
Martin, any other thoughts?
Well, I mean, I think to some extent, the more athletic the game becomes, the more fast-paced, the more it's going to favor Hughes and Powers.
Yeah, we talked about that in your semifinal, that Hughes and Powers have become the best team in the country at playing fast.
Wait, so you're saying they're more athletic than we are?
Oh, emphatically. not more athletically than Blake, but definitely more athletic than you.
We're looking for some screen climbing shots from John Hughes. All right, see, there's a nice crowd has gathered here at the Western Golf Club, and shout out to Drew Sawyer and Genius Chidsukwe. They're the tournament directors here. Genius is the director of racket sports, and the Boston paddle is on the move. They are growing, right, Mark? Just in the few years that we've been here. I mean, that crowd last night for the quarterfinals was tremendous.
And Nationals is going to be here in 2 years, Jerry.
Is it?
2021 Nationals.
Well, definitely been a big upswing in paddle in the Boston area, and this tournament has really attracted the top players to the area, and the membership and everyone has responded by coming out in droves.
And a lot of that credit has to go to Johan Durant, who was really the one who took this tournament from I don't want to say second rate, but certainly wasn't one of the big names on tour, and he made it one of the top tournaments, because when Johan calls you to come play, most people don't want them angry with him.
Yes, well, we've been coming the Grand Prix. This is year 3 for us here on this stop, and every year, Drew sits down with his team and Genius, and they go through a checklist of what they could do better and what improvements, and it really shows. I mean, there's a lot of volunteers that's put a lot of time into making this tournament, and we thank them.
And of course, no Grand Prix would be the same without Shannon Vincent, who does just a tremendous job in all aspects of it, taking care of the players, making sure things are run correctly, keeping things on schedule.
Yep, she's standing. You've got a shot of her. She's standing over there on the side of the court with a red jacket on, and you will see that red jacket flash by back and forth during the match. She's on call for anything needed, any rule, any support, any backup. You know, she's
medical.
Really Band-Aids, bananas. Yeah.
Nutritionalist.
No, she really is the north on the compass, and works very closely with the tournament directors to make sure that everything is going along smoothly. So
here we go. Jared Palmer served,
Jared
John
Palmer
Hughes.
Take us out. So Broderick Palmer had 2 quarterfinal, semi-final, quick matches, relatively speaking. Do you think?
Excuse me 1 second, Jerry. That was obviously a sun issue. That corner's got to be bad for John Hughes. I'm sorry. Finish your thought.
Don't worry. I was wondering the fatigue factor.
Gosh, I think it's more of a mental fatigue factor than physical. Hughes and Powers are. I mean, Palmer and Broderick are giving away 20 years, 15 years.
15
yeah, I think
all.
they're pretty happy not to have a grueling semi-final match.
Boy, I think John Hughes has
15-30.
sold more balls off the back wire so far on this match than he did in your entire match, Martin.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the benefit that Broderick Palmer has, right? They have Drew hitting a lefty overhead, so he can get a little bit of a different angle than we're able to. And then on top of that, they're volleying really well. So it's almost like they're baiting him into hitting a couple of balls
30 all.
On their terms. But I feel like this match
40-30.
also is going to come down to the first 3 shots of each rally. whoever is able to take those first 3 shots, I mean, if there's going to be a big difference in the serve return in the first volley, I think that's going to be the team that is able to take this match. The longer each point goes, the more even everything becomes. So it's going to be critical for either of the teams to have success in the first 3 shots of each rally.
And you see Hughes really fighting the sun over there.
Well, I mean, you would assume that if Hughes is fighting the sun in the corner, that would mean that Drew is fighting the sun hitting the overheads
Advantage
also, right?
Hughes
I mean, they're
powers.
facing the same way.
Right.
Somehow the sun doesn't seem to affect Drew like it affects everybody else.
Yeah, but I mean, I know it's hard to see on the live stream, but every time he goes up to hit that overhead, he is kind of squinting. So
Deuce.
whoever the lefty is on the far side of the court is going to have a little bit of an impeded overhead every time they hit it.
But I think it's really important
Advantage
Hughes Powers
Hughes Powers.
convert early. So Arraya Parsons with early chances and failed to convert, and then the train started rolling.
And I mean, on top of that note, if
Game
sun
Hughes
is an
Powers,
issue
they
now,
lead
you would
the first
assume
set,
that
1
the
game to
right-handed
love.
players on the far side is going to take a majority of the overheads because then they're facing the right way.
That's 2 faults
Now,
from Jared
and
Palmer in
then
that first
on
game.
the near side, you can't really go either way because the sun is going to be behind you.
I saw that John Hughes just asked Shannon Vince for something. So it'll be interesting to see what Shannon's doing. So Mark Powers to serve. And you see the 2 righties serving on the north side of the court. But 2 faults from Jared, very unusual.
Yeah.
Surprised Drew and Jared haven't switched back yet. Jared's not nearly as comfortable in the ad court. Here they go. And I thought last year one of the big turnarounds was letting Hughes hit more of the overheads into Jared's corner. As I said earlier, it was kind of like his kryptonite. Powers on the net,
Love
volleyed
15.
behind him a few points. And that was the difference.
But you did mention that Hughes had some shoulder issues, so it might be a function of that.
Love 30.
And there's Palmer pounding away at the middle of the court.
He hit some big forehands in that semifinal match today.
Oh, what a dig.
Nice. There's that back screen. Oh! Oh, what a point now.
This is exactly the pace of play that Hughes and Powers are.
30.
Yep,
And
that's a good
the,
comment.
Right, that's the athleticism, the movement that they need to generate. That's going to really make their confidence go up.
But that is an unbelievable get by Drew Broderick.
Is there anybody better in the country at chasing balls down?
I mean, I think you're seeing the 2 best people at
30
chasing balls
all.
down. It's John Hughes and Drew Broderick. It feels like every time you play those guys, you have to hit 4 or 5 winners against anyone else to win the point.
These different height lobs from Drew.
And now we're we're back to the pace of play that Broderick Palmer won. Another great pickup from Broderick. Oh boy. Good bail from Hughes. Big rip from Powers. I got to say, Martin,
40-30.
early on, I don't see Drew hitting that baby cut at Hughes.
No. I mean, they seem to have a different strategy than I thought they would.
I'm definitely surprised.
Game Hughes Powers.
I mean,
First
that's
set,
one
2
of those
games
things,
to
right?
love.
Like, you have John Hughes, who is fantastic when you're giving him pace. I mean, he's got all the shots in the book, but it doesn't hurt you as bad when you take the pace out.
Yep.
So I mean, as long as Drew can hit that side backscreen, he's going to be far off in the court, and he can't really do anything. But at the same time, it's easy to fall in love with the pace on your overhead.
Love
So then
15.
once you miss your spot a little bit, then you're giving opportunities.
Really uncharacteristic
Yeah, I was
start
just
for
going to say,
Broderick Palmer.
Broderick starting and with a fault. You see that flatter overhead by Palmer. Here's the player on the left with the blue top.
And Jerry, with your description of Shannon
Love
Vincent, you
30.
forgot to mention that she helped dress the players, too.
Oh,
'Cause she came inside to get John Hughes a cap, baseball cap.
15-30.
Broderick Palmer definitely seemed a little edgy, which is really surprising.
wait for the switch back. We've got Palmer on the ad side staying there and taking a perfect line drive
30 all.
right at Hughes's left hip.
Again,
40-30.
missed that one, but it's not an overhead you want to repeat.
Game
I mean,
Broderick
it's
Palmer.
2 misses by
Hughes
Mark in a
Powers
row,
lead
but
first
at the
set,
same
2
time, it's
games
the
to
right
1.
ball to hit, and
Right.
he's got one of those scary forehands. It's almost no backswing. You have no idea what's coming out of it. It can be a 6-mile-per-hour roller. It can be a little bit of a push, or that ball can come 60 miles per hour at you. So it's very hard to read what's coming off.
Because he sets up so early, so he can hold it and he can wait.
He sets early, and then he's got a very short backswing. So he's got
Right.
a very quick release on his forehand. So sometimes you feel like, oh, I think he's going to roll it slowly, and you take a step forward, and all of a sudden that ball is coming at you at 60 miles per hour, or probably even faster than that. And
Right.
you start regretting your decision. And
So-
then other times you take a step back because you think it's going to hit it hard, and then it comes slow.
So both of those drives 2 feet higher over the net. The
Right.
line was open.
I mean, that's the biggest thing in most racket sports, right? Your first opponent, it doesn't matter who's on the other side, is always the net, right? If you don't beat your first opponent, it doesn't matter how good you're driving.
But I mean, sometimes players go for too much, too big on the drive, and it's okay to hit that ball a foot over the net, 2 feet over the net.
I agree, but then on the flip side, right, you have volleyers like Jared and Drew on the other side of the net that if you give them a little bit of space, they're going to make that volley every single time. So it's that little bit of sense that you have to hit a perfect drive every single time, so you're going a little bit closer to the net than you would normally, and that's why the mistakes come in the net.
In that last point, we saw the strategy that was so successful last year with Mark Powers sitting on the net, and he was able to hit a drop shot that Drew Broderick couldn't run down. Boy, Palmer is pounding that center strap over and over again, looking for the right hip of Powers and the left hip of Hughes.
Yeah, we saw him line up some monster forehands in that semifinal against Arraya Parsons.
I actually think that Jared is one of those guys that hits his form better when he slides towards the middle. It's a rare thing because then he can go everywhere on the court. I feel like if you're going to let Jared drive the ball, he's better off, like you're better off as the net team when he's going to his right than he's going to his left.
Interesting. That is a rarity.
Right, because once he slides to the left, he can go inside out, he can go down the middle, or he can take that ball with him cross court. So keep an eye on that. Anytime he goes to the left, it's hard knowing where that ball is going to be coming.
Oh, great shot from Powers.
40-30.
And he's got that same quick release off of both sides, Powers, forehand and backhand.
Wow.
That looked like a dead board.
Game Hughes Powers.
That ball did not really have any spin from Powers, but it never came up, so I'm assuming that.
Yeah, Drew was real surprised by that.
All right, 1-3. Broderick Palmer serving. Because they make that switch at net, so they've got the forehands in the middle.
John Hughes looks very comfortable early.
Well, they really need him to hit his forehand.
Actually, they really need him to make his forehand.
Well, I think even for his confidence, even if he's hitting it and he misses long,
15
it'll help his confidence. When he's not hitting it and just letting a lot of balls go through, staying on his back foot, that's not good for the confidence.
That is some volley by Jared, by the way.
It's just commonplace.
Mark, when was the last time you had one knee on the ground volleying?
I don't even
And
put
got
my
up
knees
right
on the
after.
ground when I tie my shoes, Martin. We were talking earlier about how Jared is not a conventional volleyer, that he hits a lot of forehand volleys. But for my money, best volleyer in the game. Drew, who's probably his closest rival, it's just amazing. It's staying on that backhand. Oh, great rip. You almost never see Drew Broderick hit a forehand volley. Oh, that's a good swing.
30-15.
You think that's why they work so well together? Because Jared likes to hit that forehand volley, and as a lefty-righty, I mean, they have the benefit when they're hitting overheads, right? But volleying actually becomes a little more complicated because you get two forehand volleys in the middle all the time.
I think it's a huge advantage that Jared does that. I've always felt that the lefty-righty thing, as you pointed out, is a disadvantage. Speaking of amazing volleys
Yeah.
from Mark Powers, is
It's
a
an-
disadvantage when you're volleying. It's a big
30-all.
advantage when you're hitting overheads.
It's an energized Hughes Powers right now.
Well, I mean, I think Hughes and Powers, they're feeding off the quick pace. I mean, it's one of those things where it's a lot of fun to play paddle at this pace. You know, win or lose, you're still walking off the court and you feel like, wow, that was an amazing time. And on top of it, they're winning right now, right? So there's no need for them to do anything different. But I wouldn't be surprised if Jared and Drew gets down one more game, so a 4-1. I would expect this pace to slow down a little bit.
Wow, this is just some point here. So Mark Powers with a running forehand there.
I actually kind of like John and Mark to switch on this side because you know that Drew likes to take most of the overheads. And now, anytime he hits that his normal overhead, he would go into the baseline strength of Hughes and Powers.
Yeah, I agree with that. I spoke to John Hughes this summer a little bit about potentially they're switching sides. There might be an added wrinkle for him. Oh, it's a Steve Derose-like half volley. It was a real conservative swing from Broderick, wasn't it, Martin? Ball you might expect to see him slash.
Well, I mean, it's one of those things. If it's not quite there, and it looks like he's got a little bit of sun in his eyes, so just keep the point going. You know you're going to stay ahead in the rally, no matter what you do. So unless you're 100% sure that you can do something really good with it, then just keep the ball back in play.
It's just interesting to me how Broderick sets up his feet on the overhead. It really gets a lot of torque from his upper body. Like he doesn't set up with his feet sideways like Arraya. And he has generated more spin and added more variety in his overheads.
As he hits an overhead
30-40.
over the fence.
Yeah, but you know, a couple of years ago, it just didn't have the bite to it. It didn't have the variety to it, and he is really, and it's punishing. Of course, it's a lefty, so most teams don't see as many lefty overheads with spin.
Yeah, no, you don't have to give him too many short lobs before he puts that ball away in the deuce corner.
Big point here.
Yep.
Okay, back-to-back overhead misses from Broderick.
Game Hughes Powers. They lead the first
And
set
the pace
4
has
games to
really
1.
been Hughes Powers' pace. Interested to see. You surprised, Martin?
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, they came out playing this way last time they played, and it was working. So once you find a strategy that is working, then why not stick with it and see what happens? But I would assume that the pace of play is going to slow down either at this changeover or at the conclusion of the first set.
Are you surprised that Broderick Palmer seemed a little out of sorts? We've seen some missed overheads, some faults, things that you just don't normally see from them. Now, you don't know if they're out of sorts. We're speculating. What's not speculation is that's unusual behavior.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, you're not used to getting any free points from Broderick and Palmer. So, I mean, we'll see. That's another one,
15
right?
love.
It's a missed return. And that's what I said earlier. The first 3 shots of the rally, whoever has the big advantage there. Because I think as soon as the rally gets started, they're winning about 50% of the points, right? But right now, Hughes and Powers are getting the free points in the first 3 shots of the rally, and that's why they're ahead 4-1.
Have you considered teaching, Martin?
I thought about it. I just don't know if it's for me.
I think that was a good
30
call.
love.
That was like Palmer just pulled up on that forehand swing there.
A short, low ball.
Now, but speaking of it, I'm having a great time both at Garden City and Garden City Country Club and the Italian Center. But whenever I structure my clinics, then besides the base shifting in the beginning, I like to start each season with the first 3 shots of the rally. Right? If you can't get past the serve, the return, or the first volley, then it doesn't really matter how well you play the screens afterwards. So I spend a lot of time.
Can we just grab that on replay? He's just completely come around the outside of that ball. I've seen you hit that shot too, Martin.
Yeah, I think I got John a couple of times in the last semifinal. I feel like that's like the ultimate test. If you can beat John Hughes with one of those shots, then it's good enough to keep going with it. That looked close, by the way.
Yeah, another overhit almost over the fence. It's not that warm.
$40-15.
Nice fake there by Powers.
I saw him bait you with that earlier today, Martin.
Yeah, but the difference was, unlike Drew, I ran straight into it and missed the next ball.
Just sees the ball so early. Again, he sets up so early with his shots.
You think he sees it early because he's so low to the net?
I think so. And his preparation is just focused on his hands.
Couple of great pickups from Palmer.
I mean, all 4 players, their paddle is set so early, and that's what makes it appear they have a lot more time, because they do.
Second opportunity to go up 5-1.
That's a great angle.
And there's the roller you talked about, Martin. And he pulls the trigger and he explodes.
Right, but you saw the first one. The one he hit to Drew came out really quick, and then the second one, exact same preparation to Jared, was a lot slower.
And there you see Broderick hitting that hard side back, which pulls Hughes to the middle of the court.
I really think that John Hughes is one of those guys.
Oh!
Wow.
What a move from Powers!
He just waited and then crept up that side screen and
Crept? I don't think he crept. He was a blur.
nobody saw him coming.
He materialized.
Nobody saw that move.
We'll have to take a replay of that one.
Wow, and with that, Hughes and Powers are up to a 5-1 lead in the first set. Drew Broderick serving.
With the new ball. Switching after 7 games. The umpire counts the warm-up as 1 game.
That was a huge serve. Jammed Hughes.
30 love.
Thanks a lot, John.
It's interesting, Jerry. I know you're always talking about bounce hits,
Hmm.
and the speed of the overhead seems to be affecting the speed of the play today. So even though a lot of the overheads that Broderick Palmer are hitting aren't being driven, it seems like the play is faster because they're hitting so many hard overheads.
And you saw Powers just use that.
Oh, Hughes wants that one
40
back.
love.
John Hughes, the best player in the. I'm sorry, Mark Powers, the best player in the country right now. Martin.
I don't know. I feel like there's a couple of guys up there. It's hard distinguishing between them. I mean, one of the things that you could say, right, is Mark and John always plays together, right? I mean, I don't think they've played a single tournament. Well, at least not Mark has played a tournament without John.
Didn't you lose to Mark earlier this year, Martin? It looked like you on the court.
Yeah, no, I did, absolutely. No, but what I'm trying to get at is you have a couple of the other guys that are playing with different players, and they're still having the same great success. Now, I'm not saying that if Mark were to play with someone else, I mean, I've lost to, actually true, I forgot about that. I lost to him and Mick.
You blocked that out.
Same move, you guys. Keep your eye on Mark Powers. Look how he's sneaking up the court.
No, but going back to it, I would say that he is one of probably the 4 best guys. I feel like there's 4 guys that are a little bit ahead of the rest.
Martin, very well handled, very diplomatic.
I mean, it's hard to pick, right? I mean,
Yeah,
they all have their strengths and their weaknesses, you know, and no matter who you're putting right next to them, they're still going to do really well. So it's hard to say that there's one player that is above and beyond.
And they're going after John Hughes' corner. A lot of heavy cut overheads going into that side back, which is... Oh! Nice cover.
Yeah, but if you're looking now, when they're attacking John's corner, they're not going quite as hard as they did earlier. Wow.
Oh,
Great drive-by volley from Hughes.
And that's the
40-50.
That's the risk that you run now. You can see John Hughes just getting more and more comfortable. The more balls he's seeing, the more he's relaxed, and now he's starting to be creative on the court again.
I actually think that John is one of those guys that the more he gets to move, the better he becomes.
Exactly. He's hitting nice, high, deep lobs, starting to open up the court again.
Another great lob from Hughes.
40-30.
Well, in a way, it is a great lob, right? But the problem is the over that's hit before where you don't know if he's going to drive or lob it. So Jared then has to take that step up. He has to get ready for the volley, and then when the lob comes, it becomes a lot more effective.
Big
Game
forehand from
Broderick
Palmer there.
Hughes Powers lead the first set 5-2.
Fun paddle, Jerry.
It's tremendous. Up. Let's take a look at that drop slash
Wow.
on the replay.
Here's the blitz. Oh, hit that ball about as softly as you could hit it, but he stole time from them, and they had no ability to react.
And Mark, we just want to take a moment to thank one of our national sponsors, Uline. They're the leading distributor of shipping, industrial and packaging materials to businesses throughout North America. They ship over 2.5 million boxes every day, but they are so much more than a box company. More than 32,000 quality products are always in stock and ready to ship. Outstanding customer service means they're here when you need them, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Uline, the best selection, products, and people for an unforgettable customer experience. And John Hughes is serving for the set. We're in the final of the men's Boston Open, which is the fourth leg on the Grand Prix Tour, the APTA.
Penultimate event.
It's a good get by Jared, by the way.
Great shot.
15 love.
Drew pressing a little bit. That's not a ball you'd normally expect to see him drive, Martin.
No, I mean, that's one of those 50-50 balls, and then on top of it, you have Mark Power standing right on top of the net. So even if he's making that drive, the chances that that volley is coming back is overwhelming.
John Hughes is now looking and saying it's a wobbly ball. And it's interesting because that's different than what happened in the Guillaume Molenveld match on Friday, where Jess Guillaume stopped the point in the middle and said the ball's wobbly. We'll have to get Michael Montalbano to give us the official ruling on that.
I didn't hear what the ruling was. I don't think I've ever seen it happen before, actually, where you stopped in the middle of a point.
I think they played a let, which I was surprised by. John likes that ball a lot better.
40 love.
Triple set point.
$40-15.
2 missed volleys in the last 2 games from Powers. That's a lot. Oh, that's dangerous play from Jared Palmer there. Gets away with it.
Nice spot.
40-30.
Ball wasn't even really tagged by Palmer. Catches the beam, almost goes over. That was pretty clever of him to hit that ball off the beam.
Martin, no, I think that Hughes and Powers got a lot of benefit from the tough match from you.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. So really, they look more comfortable. Don't you agree, Mark?
I give it all credit to Martin.
So if that's the case, then do you think they're going to share their prize money with me?
I was thinking you could have the runner-up finish if you wanted.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Drew wouldn't care.
No.
No, they look very comfortable. All right, well, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back in just a moment after these messages right here on the APTA Network, presented by eNet Live.
Only 1 in 3 children is physically active every day.
But now, I'm calling the plays.
I'm calling the plays.
I'm calling the plays.
Because every kid
deserves to know what it feels like
to do this. To do this. To do this. So they can be happy and healthy, go to college, be a coach.
Ask yourself, are you part of the solution
Because I am.
I am.
I am.
I am.
Why? Because kids who play do better.
Welcome back to the APTA Grand Prix Series. We're about to start the second set. We're in the final of the men's Boston Open between the number 2 seeds Drew Broderick and Jared Palmer, and the number 1 seeds and defending champions of the Boston Open and national champions John Hughes and Mark Powers. And Mark, I think we're just a little bit in shock, maybe.
Stunned. I told
I
Brad
think so.
yesterday you couldn't be a little bit in shock.
I couldn't be. I have to be in a
could be
lot of shock.
either in shock or not in shock. A little stunned.
Really, I think I'm in shock. Just the way that Broderick Palmer paid that semi-final and Hughes and Powers have been struggling. It's a turnaround. But don't count Broderick Palmer out by no means.
Really surprised at the strategy that Broderick Palmer are playing. Hitting a lot of hard overheads, hitting a lot of balls to Mark Powers. I mean, there's a down-up overhead which Palmer gets away with, but to me is just not the correct strategy right now.
Yeah, Hughes and Powers thrive on their athleticism and they use the pace. John Hughes loves the balls going into the screen. He loves to climb up on that side screen and pounce down, but he also seems more relaxed and more comfortable.
But again, so many
Love
balls
15.
at Mark Powers, who's generating a lot of offense.
But Palmer to miss that shot, that was uncharacteristic.
Been uncharacteristic the whole match, Jerry. He started the first
starting
game
with a
with
fault.
2
I know,
faults.
yeah.
And Drew started with a fault that was out by 4 boards. I'd say you see that once a year, but I've never seen it before. I love how short in the court Powers is playing. Kind of Steve Derose-ish. Boy, he was right on that one. Just missed it.
15 all.
But playing short in the court, stealing time from his opponents, block lobbing, not giving him a chance to get set.
And that spike where he came up that side screen.
30-15.
That's a great angle to see Drew Broderick hitting that cut overhead.
That was a forehand volley from Drew Broderick.
Oh, he saw Hughes sneaking over to the side and pushed it back to the middle of the court.
Great lob, sets it
30
up.
all.
John Hughes climbs on top of the ball, right, and then hits down on it.
Well, the grip to which he holds the paddle, that Eastern/continental grip, he's not able to get underneath it, to get on top of it. Oh, great volley from Broderick. He needs to be on
40-30.
top of the ball. But he looks as confident I've seen him since last year's Nationals.
Yeah, he's got the look back.
Yep. Game Broderick
All right,
Palmer.
good
They lead the
hold by
second set 1 game
Broderick
to
Palmer.
love. Hughes Powers won the first set 6-2.
So Viking Athletics is the premier brand and the undisputed leader in platform tennis. Viking is platform tennis. The Viking Extra Duty Platform Ball has been the #1 selling ball in the industry for the last 20 years. It is the official ball of the APTA Nationals and President's Cup, and of the Grand Prix Tour. Mark
First hold.
Powell's serving.
First hold of the match for Jared Palmer.
of 15.
A loose overhead there.
And Jerry, major kudos to Marshall Chapin, who's in the chair, and the rest of his crew this weekend. I told Marshall that I thought it was the best umpire tournament I'd ever seen. Michael Montalbano also deserves some credit.
Yeah, they have done a fabulous job. They've got a nice crew of
15
umpires
all.
that volunteer their time, and Marshall Chapin's checklist is impressive. You've seen that with the
The toes?
yep, point your toes to whoever is serving, because the points go so long. You want to be know who's serving at the end of a long point, because they're up there sometimes for 2-3 hours.
I don't notice his toes are pointed now, Jerry.
I think they are. Look. Makes a huge difference just staying with the umpires on the players.
Broderick Palmer are like a wall.
Just giving a lot of pace on their overhead still.
It's almost like the pace is feeding the energy.
There's that nice deep lob down the line.
Great overhead from Palmer.
15-30.
Big point here.
Well, that's a surprising miss
30
from Palmer.
all.
Yep.
You help.
Ooh, just missed that by about half a board.
30-40.
Break point opportunity here for Broderick Palmer.
Unbelievable get from
That's
Drew
just
Broderick.
The athleticism.
And there's that lefty spin
Deuce.
that Palmer struggled with to some degree last year.
And that sun, you can see the shadow on the court. That sun is right in that corner.
Me. Help. Me.
Broderick's going to put a lot more work on that overhead when he gets those short lobs.
They're still hitting a lot of those hard overheads. Trying to drag John Hughes to the middle, but have not seen much success with that.
That's the lob down the line, high and deep. Hughes hits a couple of those.
Those drives are such probing drives from Mark Powers.
Nope.
Boy, spectacular shot from John Hughes. Set the whole
Advantage
point
Hughes
up the
Powers.
backhand. be a big hole, Jerry.
Yeah.
Because you kind of feel the momentum
Yep.
teetering on the edge here.
I agree, Mark.
Tremendous pickups by Palmer and Broderick there. There's Powers right in the net, waiting for the Palmer
Game
drive.
Hughes Powers. 1-all second set.
That was a heck of a game, Jerry.
This is the pace that Hughes and Powers like.
This is a national quality final.
It is.
Another great lob from Hughes. Are you surprised we haven't seen any change in strategy from Broderick Palmer?
I'm surprised by the pace from the get-go. I thought they were going to play their overheads soft and straight and not give them the pace, because like we said, Hughes and Powers, they thrive on their athleticism. And once they get going, get their feet going, like we saw in those quick early games, their confidence went up.
I don't know if you heard the conversation I had with Martin Bostrom, Martin Boostrom
That's it.
between sets, but he's saying he asked Drew if they were going to play him like he and Blake had played him, and Drew said no, we're going to play him like we played him at Fiddler's. And I think that's where they got away hitting a lot of those hard overheads to Hughes. Oh. But
15
I'm
love.
surprised after the way the first set went, and that was surprising in and of itself, but then not to switch their strategy around a little bit is even more surprising to me.
Yeah.
But, you know, they've won 3 of the last 4 nationals, and they have an enormous amount of confidence. Some volley from Palmer while he was bailing.
And it's 1-all in the second set. Feels deeper.
There's that big Palmer
30
forehand moving
love.
to his left.
Same spot on the net if I had a marker. Goes right between them. Got 2 forehands in the middle.
It's 2 forehand volleys we've seen from Drew Broderick.
Just have to be so careful hitting that down up to Powers, and he
30-15.
is sneaking up the side and just explodes.
But that's what's surprising to me, and Broderick Palmer have to know that.
You can hear Broderick calling the switch. Who's going to hit? They leave nothing to chance.
Another great backhand from John Hughes.
From the pace of
30
the
all.
overhead.
Yep,
Right, that allows him to set up, and the ball's already traveling towards the net.
a backside overhead. Oh,
John
is this the
Hughes
same
is
John Hughes?
elevated.
Is he the same John Hughes?
Yeah.
Do they substitute a different John Hughes?
It just goes to show you just how much the mental part of the game plays. His belief.
There's an amazing volley from Jared Palmer. I don't quite understand how he did it.
I mean, we talk about that. We're just so used to Broderick Palmer being mentally tough that it's never in question. I never question they're going to be mentally prepared or that they don't believe. It's everybody else that's playing is what is working on the mental part. They're just rock solid no matter what.
Save break point there. Oh, huge rip from Powers.
Oof.
Close.
Yeah. Just attack, counter-attack.
Great track down from Palmer.
Oh,
What an exchange.
this is some point. Deuce 1-all. Feels like match point, Mark.
Oh, what a get from Palmer. He barely finished swinging at the first shot.
Smart lob by Broderick there.
Oh,
Oh,
brilliant play from all four players, but especially
Advantage,
Powers. Just saw the opening, took advantage of it, and caught Broderick in transition.
really spectacular play.
Powers
Deuce.
wants that one back.
But that's the kind of pressure. Your Broderick serves a big serve right at him, handcuffs him.
Another great return from Hughes.
No. Both went for the same ball.
Oh, you don't see Drew Broderick get
Advantage
beaten by the
Hughes
spin.
Powers.
Maybe more than once a year. Great overhead there
Heavy, heavy cut.
after a great forehand, and Hughes has got his mojo back in a big way. Again, that down-up overhead.
That's a bit of pace from Palmer, I think. A little slower. Just see what he can do without Hughes, without the pace.
I don't think they're interested, Jerry.
Well, of course, they have tremendous confidence in their ability to volley anything. Too good.
Well, that ball was hit off the very top of Drew Broderick's paddle.
Yep, that is just
Deuce,
too good.
Yep.
Drew says he blocked that shot out of his mind. Couple of break points saved from Broderick Palmer. John Hughes is just ripping it right now. Wow, some volley there. Palmer's gotten beat a couple of times short in the court.
Ooh, just wide.
Advantage Hughes Powers.
You see a little fist pump from John Hughes. I mean, he is really working hard.
Deuce.
And again, under pressure, Broderick serves bigger. very relaxed, very confident. I mean, their ideal performance state is so even killed.
Boy, that's 3 or 4 in a row. He's just ripped through.
And that sun, Hughes is looking right into the sun.
The match has a completely
Advantage
different feel. I
Hughes
mean,
Powers.
previous matches, teams were struggling to win points against Broderick Palmer. Here, Broderick Palmer struggling to hold serve, struggling to win games. Boy, that Hughes backhand off the backside wire overhead's been terrific, hasn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So, Mark, that we've been used to watching Broderick Palmer play one way.
Oh, what a move from
Oh,
Hughes.
there it is.
Game
Leaping
Hughes
fist
Powers.
pump.
They lead the second set 2 games to 1.
Right, that just hang
Hughes
in
Powers
there,
won the
hang in
first
there,
set
hang in
6-2.
there, and just make the opponents
When
try
do they
something
change?
different.
When do they change their strategy, Jerry?
Right, I know. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that it's gone on right now, and also they can see the strength that Hughes is just getting better and better. Have a look. We've got a replay.
And there he
There
dashes
it is.
up
And
the
that's-
side wire.
I mean, it couldn't be any more fun for him, right?
Yeah, it's the way they want to play.
Good
Catches the lead cord,
capture.
but tremendous.
All right, Mark. I am thrilled to bring in Amin Kadori.
We are thrilled.
We are thrilled. Yes, we are thrilled. Sorry. Where are you? Come over here, Amin. He's the head of the Boston League, and he's heading up an APTA initiative to have the ratings of every player in the country, right? Calculate. Let's get that up a little bit closer. I think you're on. Is he on? So, Amin, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here.
And can you explain to everybody what this new rating is and how it works and all the benefits?
Sure. Yeah, happy to. And thanks for having me here. So the APTA with paddlescores.com have collaborated to create was essentially a handicap for individual paddle players, so that we can do a better job of really differentiating skill levels up and down every league. Currently we've been beta testing in Boston for the last couple of years, and it's working great. We have everybody in our league, 1,300 players, rated on a scale of 0 to 80, with the exception of a few of our pros here who actually have gone down into the negative territory.
And this rating is going to be for every player.
Right, so it's I should say it's called the PTI, the Platform Tennis Index, and it's for every player that plays in our league. Actually, the Chicago League has just turned it on recently in the last 3 or 4 weeks. Philadelphia is using it, and I believe a couple other leagues are allowing captains to see their players' ratings right now, but as they test it out. But a lot of other leagues are evaluating as well.
So
and is it similar to the UTR in tennis?
It's similar. They really have created and developed it just for paddle, but it's a similar type of algorithm, yes. And it rewards winning and then how you play versus expectations based on the difference in the ratings of the two teams.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. So the number one thing that Amin was telling me about, Mark, is stacking, which eliminated it in Boston area.
Stacking has pretty much gone by the wayside in Boston because you have to submit your lineups, and we can see once you've posted your scores, whether the one team was actually truly better rated than the 2 team versus the 3 team versus the 4 team. So it really has done a good job of eliminating stacking in our league.
Harry DeMott says hello from Stanwich.
Hi, Harry.
Love.
Long time.
Maybe he'll get you out on the Stanwich golf course this summer.
Excellent, thank you. I'll take him up on that. Yep. So I was showing the rating system to Mark Parsons yesterday, just since he helps run the Westchester County League, and he was saying, "Can you pull up?" We've been looking at some of the Fairfield County players because one of the leagues is on the Paddle Scores site, And so we have everyone there rated in the background. They don't see them yet, but he's like, could you pull up a match I played the other night? Because I'm sure this team I played against stacked. So we pulled up the score, and he was absolutely right. They
40,
made the
50.
one team a lot weaker and the 2 and 3 team a little stronger. And so that's what it'll help with.
And Hughes is serving 2-1, 40-15.
I don't know, Jerry. If their names weren't Broderick Palmer, I'd be saying they're in big trouble. Missed volleys, I mean, really surprising, and they continue to hit the hard overheads and continue to generate the energy for Hughes Powers.
And I mean, if with different leagues using it, you'd be able to have some matchups.
Yeah, the hope is more and more leagues adopt it. We can start doing a lot more inter-league play because it's a little tougher to go travel. But if you know you're going to get great matches because you have players all rated the same level, it could be a lot of fun.
And how is the APTA handling this in terms of who is it available to?
So right now it's available. You need to be on the Paddle Scores League website, and they help develop the algorithm and the rating system. And then anyone who's an APTA member will have a rating next to their name.
That's tremendous. Great value added for the APTA. Kudos to Scott Bondurant, Tiernan Cavana, Pete Rose, all the people that worked on it with you.
And another big advantage to it, Mark, I was talking to for the pros and the captains, it helps with their lineup. I mean, it takes tremendous pressure.
And it helps move people from team to team.
Excuse me 1 second.
Yeah.
That was just a tremendous backhand from Hughes as they continue rolling. Caught Palmer off the net. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just the awkward decisions of who plays on what teams within clubs gets a lot easier when you have an objective rating system that can help captains, commissioners, pros move people around.
And I know you're coming on the APTA board this year. I think you're going to bring a lot of energy and excitement to it.
30.
Well,
Really excited to have you.
I'm excited to be on it. I really am.
And if captains and league people wanted to find out about how to...
Yeah, I would say you can contact me or contact Ann Sheedy, the executive director of the APTA, and we can get people set up. And maybe one of the biggest changes that ratings have brought to our league are the number of tournaments we now run. We used to just run this one, which is a great tournament, and one other tournament, which is really for people, maybe a couple levels down from this, but it was really only addressing tournament play for maybe 100 of the players of the 1,300 in our league. Now we have 7 tournaments, each for a different skill level. There's rating thresholds where you would be ineligible if you're too good for certain tournaments. And now we have tournaments that are really available to probably 1,000 players in our league. And it's getting a lot more tournament play out and really getting more people hooked.
That's just tremendous. Really exciting. Boy, some
Love
really
40.
unusual misses this game, Jerry. A couple of volley errors. That was an overhead under no duress whatsoever.
Game Hughes Powers.
Jerry, is it too early to say they're in trouble?
They're definitely in trouble. The
6-2.
turnaround is just amazing to me. From Hughes and Powers, their confidence, and like I said, the Broderick Palmer continue to give them the pace that they can generate and are not throwing that ball down the middle and making Hughes hit it more off the deck.
I'm completely shocked.
I know. You're a little bit speechless.
If Jerry Viant was here, she might say the water's going down the drain.
I might say that, but it's Broderick Palmer and it's very hard.
They're
Very
never
hard.
done.
They're never out. They're
I told you
just
once I saw them
solid.
win a match after they shook hands, they still came back and won.
Yeah. So, it's great to see all the Boston supporters out here. They're lovers of paddle.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sure we were a little disappointed. I'm sure there was a little disappointment that we didn't have a couple of our local favorites, Johan, Steve Mitchell, Thomas Noel, and Adam Gart in the semis or the finals. But still, I mean, paddle at this level is so much fun to watch, and it's just so entertaining.
And we did get to see some of Johan yesterday, which is always a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Mark Powell serving 4-1
Love
in the
15.
second set, having won the first set 6-2.
Boy, Palmer unloaded on that forehand.
Oh,
Great get from Powers, and a really
Love
smart shot
30.
from Palmer.
started by the cut drop from Broderick.
Yep. Looks like Palmer's really amping it up right now. What a volley. But why that overhead? Boy, that sound the ball makes off of Mark Powers' paddle.
And Hughes and Powers haven't switched back.
Just continuing with that hard overhead.
There's a switch. Hughes is back in his side.
Great overhead there from
Love
Broderick.
40.
A lot of action on the overheads from Broderick Palmer because the lobs have gotten a little bit shorter from Hughes and Powers.
There's a great dipping forehand from
Game
Palmer, and they get
Broderick
one of the breaks
Palmer.
back.
Hughes Powers lead the second set 4-2. Yeah, it is. Thank you. Yep.
So can I get a quick lesson from the two of you guys while I'm sitting here? I had a question for you.
All ears.
So the I formation that you see players play, like Juan and Mark, I'd heard someone was in a hut where Juan was saying he's starting to teach that to some of his league, just regular players. Is that something you really think is something the masses can play? Is that, or do your racket skills just have to be too good to try to execute on that?
Racket and foot speed. There's a lot of court to cover for that back person, so it does require that skill set.
Right.
Boy, some more confusion from Broderick
Love
Palmer there.
15.
I completely second what Jerry said. I don't see that being successful for the league player.
I didn't think so, but
It surprises me. I'm going to ask Drew about it after because I saw it in the Nationals as well. When that ball goes down the middle hard to Mark Powers, Drew stays in the middle of the court. He doesn't slide over when the ball's in front of him. See, like right there. Whether Drew's baiting him to go there. Oh, and that's
Love 30.
right.
Yeah,
The ball's in the middle of the court, and Powers has got it, and they're playing the left 2/3 of the court.
You could watch Broderick and Palmer not have confusion on a ball for a season, and they've had it on the first 2 points this game.
15-30.
Good swing from Hughes, just catches the top of the tape. It's a critical moment in the match right here, Jerry.
I'm sitting forward.
Were you backward before?
I was more relaxed, but now. Ooh.
Little panic in that
Yeah,
call
there was an extra U in there.
with an extra emphasis.
You hear Palmer say, watch it after he hit that backside overhead.
Where they are really moving Palmer around at the net.
Beautiful lob down the line by Hughes. Kind of quit on that swing.
Yeah, you wonder if you're going to start seeing a little doubt creep into his mind. 2 missed forehands in a row.
Set it up beautifully.
$40-30.
3 straight misses from Hughes. Could be a turning of the tide here. Powers reads it, but misses. Great hold from Broderick from love 30.
Powers lead the second set 4-3.
And this is going to be a
They
tight
won the
game,
first set
Jerry.
6-2.
Big.
Pete Rose says hello,
Hey there, Pete.
You were working with Pete with the index?
Yeah, very much so. I think he was definitely one of the champions behind it on the APTA board and instrumental in bringing it to the Chicago League. I think he's a little disappointed his rating isn't quite as low as the 4 people on the court right now, and it should be a lot closer than it is. That's the one thing that we need to do in the offseason. Right now, everyone's ratings are basically, they're not all tied together league to league, and that's something we need to do this offseason. So that we can do this, so you could actually use ratings for tournaments like this. So we're getting there.
And will we, is the plan is to get this onto the website, APTA website?
That's a good question. Don't know the answer to that yet. It'll certainly be on all the league websites.
I mean, we're in the early stages. We'll
Yes.
just get it going, I get it, but it's really exciting.
I mean, the more leagues get on, the more other leagues are going to want to be on it.
Right.
Because it's going to really open up that inter-league play and the inter-tournament play.
Great overhead there from Hughes. Wow. Back-to-back misses there from Broderick. 30 love. Heck of a game Hughes is serving so far.
Yeah, actually, the wind has picked up
40
considerably.
Just wouldn't have expected to see this game go so fast, Jerry.
Yeah.
Really
But
surprising. But
Drew
it's not
is
over.
looking right into the sun. He keeps looking up there. It's on that left side, and the wind has definitely picked up. Nice peg by Palmer.
40-15.
Great blitz.
Point for the 5-3 lead in the second set for Hughes and Powers. Oh!
40-30.
Game has tightened up considerably all of a sudden, but so fast. 5 points in about 90 seconds.
Palmer picked that spot beautifully.
That's
Yeah.
shocking, Jerry.
No, but I know I'm not going to give an
Hughes
excuse,
Powers
but I
leads the
know
second
he's
set,
looking
5
directly
games to
into the
3.
sun. I am. It is shocking, Mark. I agree. I'm not disagreeing.
Okay, 1 point from the title. That's the ball he's got to take right at
15
Palmer's
love.
chest. Great first volley.
Wow.
15 all.
Well, you don't see Jared Palmer miss too many first volleys during the course of the year.
But from that angle, you saw Powers go directly into the court when he hit that shot. Moving forward on the return of serve.
See the wind whipping our banners around now. Amazing get from Powers off the seam. That's a dangerous looking shot. I think his paddle might hit him in the face. Oh, what a volley from Broderick. Great blitz from Hughes, just a touch late.
It just got a little low.
Another great backhand off the backside overhead.
But that kind of shot and that kind of movement shows us that his confidence is back.
40-15.
Gone.
Game Broderick Palmer.
Okay,
Big
Mark
game
Powers
there.
will
Hughes
serve
Powers
for
lead
it.
the
5-4 in the
set, 5
second.
games to 4. They won the first set 6-2.
Just a great match, Jerry. A lot of fun.
Yeah.
Fast.
It is a fast pace. I just love the mental focus. It feels like the Nationals. I mean, it's that kind of intensity and that kind of focus, and they're just all dialed in. You see Mark Powers taking a couple of practice serves into the screen, and here's serving for the match. 5-4 second set. And again, Palmer's
Love 15.
rip spot on right between the players. And gets the bowling error. Love 15.
Boy, I'd rather see Broderick hitting the backhand in the middle than Palmer hitting the forehand right now from Hughes and Powers. Broderick's got it.
Here's routine.
Never had a doubt.
So quick.
But I think Hughes Powers will win this point 3 times against anybody else in the country.
Beautiful volley.
15
Tremendous play. You okay, Jerry?
I
Getting a little nervous
I
there.
told you I was sitting forward. It's just the level of paddlers.
It's tremendous.
So
Fun to
exciting.
watch.
Yeah.
Nope, missed it wide.
But you feel
30,
Palmer's pressure,
15.
right? He's moving forward, moving forward.
2 points from the match. Palmer's playing so aggressively.
$40-15.
Another really surprising miss, Jerry.
Yep.
It was kind of a guided forehand. Double match point. Here comes the backhand.
I don't think they're going to change their strategy now.
Oh. Powers with some athleticism. Great lob. bit of a blurt there from Hughes.
40-30.
Still match point.
Boy, just firing that serve in with a lot of confidence.
That. Whoa!
There it is. Game, set, match. Hughes Powers 6-2, 6-4. Jerry, I got to give some kudos to Michael Montalbano, who called Hughes Powers.
He did.
I think he's about the only one around who did.
He absolutely did. Wow, that was some match.
Okay, Jerry, we gotta take a minute and get our breath because I'm kind of exhausted after that match. That was tremendous play.
Yeah.
Let's first off thank Amin for joining us.
Thanks. I want to say thank you both. As a long-time listener to live streaming, thanks for all you guys do. Really appreciate it. It's so much fun to listen to. So thank you.
Oh, good. Thanks, Amin.
Our pleasure, and as I said earlier, really looking forward to having you on the APTA board.
Mark.
Where do we start, Jerry?
Yeah, I know. Well, let's start with Hughes and Powers. The
Okay, so
turnaround that we saw from one match to the next.
John Hughes, I mean, he went into the phone booth and got his cape on because that was not the same John Hughes we've seen the last couple of weeks.
So I think it was absolutely a function of that good win in the semifinals. If they had not pulled that match out, I think they would have continued to struggle.
I agree completely. But having said that, he struggled throughout that match. His forehand wasn't there. And yet here, I mean, partially due to the strategy from Broderick Palmer, but his forehand off the deck was terrific. It was the forehand we saw last year.
Yep. But I think it was starting in that semi-final. He got his confidence back. He got that feeling back, and he came out. And Broderick Palmer gave him the pace and the speed and the opportunity.
Well, let's talk about that because we talked earlier, and honestly, we had it completely wrong, as did Broderick and Palmer. Clearly, that the strategy was going to be to dump a lot of balls to the Hughes forehand.
That's what we thought.
Why did they play that way?
Well, we have seen more of an aggressive style out of Broderick Palmer this year. And, maybe they're working on something. Maybe they're tweaking a different style. I mean, we all know that they can stay out there mentally and physically and just grind down other teams. They've won that way for a long time, and they're really good at it. And now they're adding more offense and different looks and different plays. So maybe they're just experimenting with a different style. But to your point, you would have thought they would have recognized what was happening and feeding in and tried something different during the second set.
And this is the last time these two teams will play before Nationals because Mark Powers is not playing at Short Hills, nor is Jared Palmer. So this is the match that's going to be fresh in their minds, and they go into Nationals as the top two seeds. Okay, we're going to throw it down to Brad Easterbrook on the court with our winners.
Boston Open, the number one seeds, John Hughes and Mark Powers. Congratulations, gentlemen. That's a great, great win. So you played a match before where it was a real grind, a tough three-setter. Did that help you guys get prepared for this one coming up, the final?
Yeah, I think it did. We were up a set and a break in the semis, and we felt like we were in control. But
can't hear.
Oh, sorry. It's not working.
Mic's not working.
Okay. All right. We're going to go again. I think the mic is working now. So, anyway, was the pace of play a surprise to you today? Did you expect the game to be that fast?
No, I mean, last time we played them earlier in the season at one of Drew's events, they kind of took it to us. They beat us in 3 there, but they picked up their offense and they started attacking, which is a little different than how we played them last year. So we weren't surprised that they kind of came out and did the same today. Jared with that forehand is so dangerous, so we did our best to try to keep it away from it as best we could. So
well, you did a very good job keeping it away and actually getting the pace of play. Now I noticed you being very active in the backcourt, Mark, moving to the center a little bit more. Were you trying to squeeze the middle a little bit?
Yeah, I feel like earlier in the season I was getting a little stagnant with my feet, so I think over the back half of the season I've been trying to be a little more active back there, be a little more tricky, a little less predictable. So hopefully can bring that kind of play generally from both of us into Nationals. So.
That's great. And now a lot of those points, those fast points, they seem to get you guys energized. Does that help you ride or keep your energy up in the match?
Yeah, I mean, it does for me. The crowd out here was unbelievable, so it kind of gets you a little pumped up anytime you win a big point, and they're into it, and we're into it, and Drew and Jared are so much fun to play against, and whenever we have these long, great points, and there's these amazing gets, like all four of us are just kind of thumbs up to each other. It's just a great little rivalry we got, and it's a lot of fun out there. So,
well, as the season gets to a close, this must feel really good for the confidence going up in the next few events. And are you going to play Short Hills and then Nationals after that?
I unfortunately can't make Short Hills. I have a wedding, but John's playing with Sebi, right?
Yeah.
All right, terrific.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations again, guys, on a great performance here. To the winners of our Boston Open, John Hughes and Mark Powers. And we'll see everybody in 2 weeks at Short Hills. And that's a wrap, delivered by Uline.
Thanks, Brad.
Welcome to the APTA's fourth Grand Prix event of the season, the Boston Open, presented by the Western Golf Club, Worcester Air, Narragansett Beer, Reflect Lighting, and the APTA national sponsors Viking and Uline. We are live on the APTA network, presented by eNet Live. I'm Jerry Vion, along with Lauren Mandel, and we are here for the women's final between the number 3 seeds, Jay Curtis and Vicky Stock-Lossifer, and the number 2 seeds, Laura Barron and Roxy Yanika, and we are in for a doozy. So here we have Jade Curtis, who is a rackets professional from the Round Hill Club, and Vicky Stock-Lossifer is a 2-time national champion, and she is, they are the defending champions from last year, so they actually enjoy the airspace in Boston, obviously. Laura Barron is a rackets professional in Chicago, and Roxy Yanika is also a rackets professional at the Western Field Club in Connecticut. So Lauren, let's identify the players and talk a little bit about their games and what we expect to see.
Okay, on the deuce side is Jade Curtis in the red hat with the pom-pom. And she's the newest to the game out of all these players, but she has an excellent teacher in her partner, Vicky Stock-Lossifer, and she's just a terrific, she's good at everything. She's got great drives, particularly her backhand. Watch her down in the middle with her backhand. She volleys really incredibly. She has great hands. She's improved her serve, and she's just an all-around excellent player. Her partner is, maybe the best player the game has ever seen. She's so smooth and just works the ball around the court so well, and is one of the craftiest players out there, and very hard to break her game down. On the other side, we have very different style. In the deuce court in all black is Laura Barrett, and she never met a ball that she doesn't want to hit hard. And she likes to take a good whack at the ball off both sides. She likes to come in and blitz, and she likes to make things happen fast, and she's good at it. And her partner, Roxy Anika, also likes to hit the ball, but she really has a lot of different shots to choose from. She likes to play with different spins, top spins, slices, rollers, and all kinds of different things, and she likes to hit her big forehand inside out, and I think that's a key today. She had a little trouble yesterday with her forehand return inside out, and so I look for that to be an important shot for her today.
All right, so let's take a look at the draw just to see the path that they took to get here, and you see right that Barrington and Nika played Guillaume Olivel, get up to the had a semi-final match yesterday against Andrekova Zabori, and that was 2-3. And Curtis Stock-Lossifer, they had a relatively easy time in their semi-final match yesterday with Hannes van Stourenburg, 1-1. I mean, they completely dominated.
They really shut them down. They didn't let Hannes van Stourenburg find any sort of winning pattern or winning game. They just shut them down. There was nothing Hannes van Stourenburg could figure out to do, and it went quickly.
Yeah, so completely contrasting styles here. So let's talk about the Viking keys to winning. And here, okay, so Stock-Lossifer and Curtis, I think they'll need to really lob well, because the weapons at net, both Roxy Anika has tremendous spins, and she hits that roller hard, and Laura Barrett just hits the flat, hard overhead straight, normally straight at the deuce court player. So Stock-Lossifer and Curtis have got to lob deep and well to stop that from happening. And then I think they've got to keep the ball out of the middle, because you've got Barrett's two-handed backhand and Roxy's forehand in the middle of the court. And I think they need to play at their pace, which is what they did so well yesterday. They did not get rattled by the pace and just play within themselves. And I think Vicky Stock-Lossifer has always shown that calm, relaxed awareness, and that's going to be key to them. Well, let's take a look at Barrington and Anika.
Yeah, they have to test the deuce side screen with spins. They have to get into, they don't want to let Jade Curtis drive off the deck. They have to try to get the ball into her screen, hit into her back screen, make her get out of the way, or play it off the side screen. They have to make her get out of her comfort zone. And that goes in line with the second key, which is to create confusion. They don't want to play a straight-up match here and let, like you said, let Curtis and Stock-Lossifer play at their pace. They want to try to speed it up and make things happen and make the points shorter, where Curtis and Stock-Lossifer are going to try to make the points longer. And they have to try to find a safe spot on the court where they don't have to worry about what's going to happen. That may be the deuce, they may be the deuce screen, that may be the deuce corner. They're going to have to test it out and see.
Especially when Stock-Lossifer and Curtis lob deep. Like yesterday in their semi-final match, sometimes Barrett and Anika would hit the wrong overhead from too far back in the court. So they have to identify where that spot's going to be and be willing to hit a slower, pushy overhead, which neither of them, and it's not their go-to shot. But otherwise they're going to be in trouble. But it is a complete contrast of styles, of speed of play. So I'm really looking forward to it. I also think the sun is going to be a factor in that east corner there, swinging around to the south. You can see that camera angle shows a lot of glare. So they may be able to work that side back combination in that corner, and also the player on this end looking up for the overhead. So if they identify that spot, there is a little bit of cloud cover, but the morning sun is right there. So we've got a nice crowd building. We're here at the Western Golf Club, and Drew Sawyer and Genius Chitsukwe, our tournament directors, have done a wonderful job. This is our third time back here for the Grand Prix Tour, and every year they just tweak it and keep making it better. The men's tournament is starting today as well, so we'll have a live action all day. We'll be on air straight through to the men's quarterfinals tonight, and then we'll be back on tomorrow at 9 for the men's semifinals, followed by the finals. So lots of good paddle, and this is such a high-level tournament. It's the 4th out of 5 stops on our Grand Prix Tour, so players are really sharpening their skill set as we turn the corner, and we're heading down the path to the Nationals, which is what everybody is building for.
I'm really looking forward to this match. I think that I'd like to see if Curtis and Stoklosova can maintain the level of play that they had yesterday, which they really looked invincible to me. They just, there was no hole in their game.
Yeah, that was smooth.
But if someone's going to expose your holes, it's going to be a team like Anika and Barrett, who hit the ball so hard and make you uncomfortable. And that's going to be the key to this match, to see if they can do that.
And that's what Vicky does to Stoklosova. She makes you uncomfortable.
In a very different way.
Yes, it's a different feeling. It's almost, it's the off pace and then the change of speed and the different. She doesn't have the high velocity speed of the spins, but she has spin, and she'll change it and move the ball around. But I think out of all the females playing the game right now, she has the most court awareness, and she's always had it. And I remember when she first started playing, I was on the court with her and Anna Brazova, and she had cat-like reflexes, but her court awareness right from the get-go, you know, she understood the scout shot, she picked her spot, she's patient, and then she can bring the heat, but it doesn't feel like the heat. You know, it's like it's that surprise. And Jade Curtis, to her credit, I mean, we talk about her being under the tutelage, but I think she's the player. I mean, I think she's really come of age, and she was very impressive yesterday. She did not get nervous. She had, like we said, she's worked on her serve, and she's tenacious. I mean, she's mentally very sharp.
And she has one of the best all-around games out there. I mean, her drives and her volleys are as good as anyone's.
All right, so players are getting ready to play. We've got Barbara Horn up in the chairs, our umpire. And Vicky Stoklosova is serving. And I think it's critical that Anika and Barrett get off to a good start.
Well, you saw Barrett take that first return and smack it as hard as she could at Curtis. That's going to be, we're going to see a lot of that.
So Stoklosova is looking straight into the sun now, so. The Nick.
$30-15. That's the return I was talking about. She's 1 for 2, which that's not going to be a winning percentage for Anika. See if she can pick it up.
Stoklosova does not have a big serve, but she places it well, and I think you see her serving down the tee to Roxy Anika, making Roxy have to move to her right. So it looks like the plan here is to play that corner of Anika. Switched it back over. It's because it's going to be risky because of the sun. So it could change the tactics. That ad side where Anika is, that's where the sun is.
You know, people often say Stoklasova doesn't have a good serve. I think she does have a good serve. I think she, like you said, she places it well, and she uses it to get into the net. She has more time to get into the net because it's slower, and that's her key. She's not looking to win. She doesn't need to win the free points off the serve. She wants to get herself to be able to amble in and be in good position.
Yeah, I think because of her placement.
Yep.
And if she had that speed with no placement, she'd be in a lot of trouble. And plus her hands are so good.
Right. She doesn't...
Laura Barrett serving. And that's what Jade Curtis does well. See, that height of that return was awkward. It was up at armpit height, and Anika let it go. That's the one they have to be careful about. That overhead right there when she's pulled that far back. If they land short, she was unlucky there, but that's what I was looking for. That first overhead when they're pulled way deep out of the service box. They've got to be able to put that on the court in a spot that can't be attacked.
Yeah, they're gonna get in trouble on the deep lobs, Anika and Barron, if they don't find a way to hit a slower overhead
shot,
back.
yeah, and I don't think it should go back to Jade Curtis.
No, she's too explosive.
She can hit off of both sides. See that great combination, Jade lobbing deep and then setting up her forehand or her backhand depending on the angle of the lob. There's one break point saved.
That comes from trying to do too much because she knew that she had to felt like she had to hit a better shot.
She just has to hit a smart, well-placed overhead. Get back in. She's too far out of the service box to hit.
She wanted to get it into the screen so they couldn't drive it, but hard to do it from there.
Spectacular two-handed backhand try. Oh, what's Jade was feeling it.
She is feeling it. That's like
little steps.
Second time that they've found Barron and Anika have found an open spot. That's going to be an important thing if they can do that.
That's a nice angle to see the speed of the ball coming off of Roxy Anika's paddle. Not so great because it's shooting into the sun, but nice to see that return of serve.
Barrett
too
was
bad.
there. She just couldn't lift it up.
Yeah, it's too bad. A little bit of a hesitation because they both went for the same ball.
Good idea. I like the blitz. Trying to give Curtis a different look as she's coming in.
Oh, nice serve. Jade Curtis has worked hard on her serve, making that transition from a tennis serve to a more compact. You see how she starts with her paddle up by her head now. Off to a quick start for Curtis Stock-Lucifer. And again, it's their consistency. You know, they're just not giving away any points. I think Barrett and Anika have just got to put more balls back in play and get into the point first. These guys have only played once, and it was last year at the Long Island, in December actually, so not that far away, the Long Island Invitational. And Stock-Lucifer and Curtis won that in 3 sets. Roxy Anika serving.
I do feel like Jade Curtis has improved so much. That she's even a different player from a few months ago.
Yeah. She looks very confident. She's making smart choices.
And her problem used to be that she didn't really have a good, she's always had all the shots, but she didn't have a good sense for the court. Now she really seems to be understanding it better, and it's, you can tell. I mean,
Yeah.
she looks fantastic.
Yeah, well, she's playing Stock-Lucifer style with the explosiveness. She's making smart choices. It was a last-minute grab, caught the line.
I actually thought it was out, but point to Anika.
And they really need to hold serve here. I think that's a great strategy for them to go with right now. Going into that side screen.
But as soon as they hit one that's not into the screen, Curtis is all over it.
Yep. Well, it goes back to that point that we made in the keys to success, is where they're going to place that overhead when they get pulled back deep. And they have not been able to identify a spot on the court that they don't get punished.
So where is it? Where would you hit that overhead?
I would go back, and I'm not saying this is a weakness, but right now I'd go back to Vicky. Jade is on fire, and she's hitting off of both sides with a lot of pace. And the number one thing, they've got to get it deeper and slower, because they're taking time away from themselves by hitting it that fast. And they're
that
just using
goes
the
against
speed.
their.
I know. It's just, but it's so critical.
Right.
And that's the first point we've kind of seen any kind of confusion, any kind of, coming up behind it. And this is the game to do it. Maybe Roxy could come in here, Anika could come in here, get in behind that ball. Nice return of serve by Barron.
Yeah, and she kind of moved up behind it, making Stock-Lucifer try to volley behind her and make it too good.
Change the look, I think. Like right now, Anika should move up to the service line. Make Vicky think about that first volley. Problem is, Vicky puts in a big serve, Stoklosova puts in a big serve, and Barrett can't get a return down.
I think any serve Stoklosova hits, Barron's going to be able to get a return down.
Right.
On the board.
On the board. That feels better.
Well, that clearly was the kind of game they have to play, right? They have to come up behind returns and try to make Curtis and Stoklosova make their volleys too good.
We just want to take a moment to thank one of our national sponsors, Uline. They're the leading distributor of shipping, industrial, and packaging materials to businesses throughout North America. They ship over 2.5 million boxes every day, but they are so much more than a box company. More than 32,000 quality products are always in stock and ready to ship. Outstanding customer service means they're here when you need them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Uline, the best selection, products, and people for an unforgettable customer experience. All right, so let's see if Laura Barrett can hold serve.
I think this is going to be harder for them because you obviously can't blitz when you're serving. You see
Stoklosova just uses the pace of that overhead to hit a block lob.
Barrett looking for that nick.
And she's looking directly into the sun when they try to go into Stoklosova's side. Good serve that pulled Jade wide. She might look to use that a little bit more. All right, so 3 break opportunities here to go up.
How many backhands has Curtis gotten them with? I'd like to see Anika and Barrett on their serve. Maybe play eye, maybe stay back, do something different. This pattern's not working for them.
Yeah, but to me it all comes back to the placement of that overhead and the depth of the lobs, the placement of the lobs that Curtis Stoklosova are placing.
Right.
They just send that up and then they're given the gift.
But I don't think they want the point to get that far. I think like on the return to serve where they can blitz or they can make something happen quickly, they maybe should try to do that when they're serving too.
Yeah.
These long points do not favor them.
All right, new ball, so it'll feel a little bit different, although we haven't had a lot of long rallies. But that new ball, when you first hit it, does have a different feel. So Jade Curtis in the red hat, serving for the first set.
That was not a good decision.
No.
That was a little further away than Laura Barrett, I think, anticipated.
I think that's Laura Barrett trying to do something different.
Yeah,
Trying to
but-
make it happen, trying to get the juices flowing, trying to pick up the tempo, because it's all Curtis Douglas-Lossifer's speed of play. And I think that's the challenge, because you've got to be consistent, but you've got to get some spark. That's a better combination from Roxy Anika there, just picking a little higher spot over the net.
She got Douglas-Lossifer to reach, which is not something you see often.
So you want to try to get those back-to-back points when you're trying to claw your way in, back into that set. Got to take care of the return to serve. Now see, that the difference between Douglas-Lossifer's overhead from a deep spot in the court. She was way out of the service box, and she placed her overhead back at a speed and a depth that allowed her to be set for the next shot. Set point.
It's a great return. Great return with the stab, drop, volley, winner. Just got to say, too good.
All right, well, it's all Douglas-Lossifer, Curtis, this first set. It's their speed of play, and we'll see what Barrett and Anika can do when they come back.
We will be back in just a moment after these messages right here on the APTA Network, presented by eNet Live.
From spinning, to swinging, to throwing, you never know what's next for you. That's why at North Shore Orthopedic Institute, we're always thinking ahead of the curve. From treating the pros to weekend warriors. From minimally invasive procedures to regenerating knee cartilage, helping you wake up pain-free. At North Shore, we're not just here for you now, we're helping you be ready for what's next.
Only 1 in 3 children is physically active every day.
But now, I'm calling the plays. I'm calling the plays.
I'm calling the plays.
Because every kid
Deserves to know what it feels like.
to do this. To do this. To do this. So they can be happy and healthy, go to college, be a coach.
Ask yourself, are you part of the solution?
Because I am.
We're back.
All right, start of the second set here. And Lauren, it was all Jade Curtis and Vicky Douglas-Lossifer's speed of play that got them that first set 6-1 in a half hour. So Barrett and Anika have got to change the speed of play. They've got to stop making the errors, but cause a little bit of confusion down there and take Curtis Douglas-Lossifer out of their rhythm.
They got to get the ball out of the middle of the court, too. Every time Jade Curtis gets a backhand off the deck, her eyes are getting wide and she's doing damage.
Okay, this might be the longest point of the match we've had so far, so that is a good sign. And I might add that one of the advantages that Curtis Stoklosopher have is that they play together all the time. They live in the same airspace. As a matter of fact, Jade works for Vicky's husband at the Round Hill Club in Connecticut, as opposed to Roxy Anika, who lives and works in Connecticut, and Laura Barrett is in Chicago. So you can see their teamwork sometimes. They hesitate on who's going to take what balls through the middle, and that's more a function of they don't have a lot of court time other than at tournaments. And also that Laura Barrett likes to take that two-handed swinging overhead in the middle, which is also Roxy Anika's overhead, so they don't always shift as clearly as other teams.
There it is again. I wish I'd been counting how many points she's won with her backhand. A lot.
All right, 5:30, and I just want to bring in a fellow competitor here and a long-time player on the tour, teaching professional from Chicago, Sally Jones. Welcome, Sally.
Good morning, thank you.
How are you?
Doing well, thanks.
And you've spent some time on the court with Laura Barron because she's from your part of the world.
Yes, I have.
And what does it feel like to receive that power?
Well, she brings a lot of heat, and she kind of gets you off balance with all her power. She's got a lot of variety.
Yeah, she said that, you know, she's enjoying playing with Roxy Anika because it kind of takes a little bit of the pressure off of her to be the big hitter all the time, because Roxy's also got, you know, big ground strokes and spins, and so she's been freed up a little bit, hit some other shots.
Yeah, I think they're a good partnership. I mean, they've got similar games, but I think they like playing with a partner who's aggressive as well, so they seem to be enjoying playing together.
Jerry, it looks to me like they've taken a bit of advice from you in that didn't work there, but they seem to be playing Stoklosopher more because she's not going to try to hurt you with the drive as much as Curtis has just been killing them. She's going to place the ball, and unfortunately for Barron and Anika, she hit such a good lob that they were forced to hit a ball down the middle, and then Jade Curtis got to drive. But at least they're changing their plan. They're looking to keep the ball more on the left side of the court.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've got to recognize what's happening while it's happening, and Jade Curtis has clearly got the hot hand. She hasn't missed. So being able to change strategies during the match is critical. That, you know, court awareness of what's happening to your opponents at that time too. That's that soft, deep overhead. Vicky was pulled way out of the service box. Sally, have you ever played against Stoklosopher and Curtis?
No, I haven't. They're really fun to watch. I think they have such a good balance of consistency and being aggressive. And I think they're doing a great job with Roxy against Roxy and Laura, because they're able to bring the heat, but they're able to keep that ball in play. I'd like to see Roxy and Laura work the points a little bit more.
Yeah, they're not used to their power being diffused like this.
Right, exactly.
And it's interesting here, again, a contrast in styles. So Curtis, Stoklosopher don't have a lot of spin on their overheads and not a lot of pace on the overhead, but it's so accurate, and the speed in which they hit allows them the time to get ready for the next shot, and they kind of just bait their opponents into taking the wrong shot, and getting them off balance. So it's a very flat overhead. You can hear it.
Stoklosov is not happy because she's missed a couple of overheads in a row. Love 40. Two break points saved.
That's the shot you just gotta put in play. Serve, return a serve, first volley. Get your team into the point.
From Love 40. As a server, you love that down break point when the returner misses.
Yeah.
Ah. Ay.
Nice cover by Laura Barron there. This is the time Barron and Nika have to really stay focused, not go for a big overhead until the right ball presents itself.
Was it that one?
Just her feet aren't under it
Yeah.
to hit that much spin.
That was really a crucial game. I mean,
Lost opportunity.
that would have made it 1-1. Now Curtis and Stoklosova can relax, and it's a tough game to lose.
Sally, your fellow teammates from Chicago, quarterfinal reprieve final. Alison Morgan and Chelsea Nuzlocke are up 6-2, 5-love against Maria Manley and Pam Ruoff, who had a big win over the number 4 seeds Lemry and Roebuck. So
Yeah, that's a good match over there. I've been watching that as well.
See Curtis turning around, scrambling to get back.
So that's with that two-handed backhand. So much speed and depth. It was really too much to handle off of a block lob there.
Just took a full swing at it.
I mean, what is that? That is like a sneak attack from Stoklosova. She just moseys in, and then all of a sudden she's got the ball on her paddle.
Yeah, it's good pressure. They're doing a good job putting pressure on Laura and Roxy.
That's a good spot. Beautiful blitz by Stoklosova. Point for 3-love.
So see, these are shorter lobs, so Anika's got some opportunities to hit a couple of rollers. She has a complete grip change on these overheads.
That's a nice pace.
That was a combination of changing the pace a little bit and also the sun. So Laura Barrett should take note of that.
All right, on the board.
You just get the feeling if they could get a few points together and get a little bit of momentum.
Mix up the pace. I think that's working. Not just go for broke. Just work the points a little more.
Honestly, they're getting a few errors from Stoklasova. She's not playing her best yet, so they need to take advantage of that while they can, and hope she doesn't find her A game. Because right now, you know, Curtis is really the one hurting them.
Yeah, it's their consistency along with Barrett and Anika's inconsistency. So if they kind of short it up, just too many errors on the return serve and the overheads.
Yep.
Good height. I like that height on the drive. You know, that armpit height, little off speed. It's not always the bullets. It's a really awkward volley sometimes. And especially, you know, if they're not shifting tightly, you can get a reaching error. But Barrett's got to be willing to calibrate the drive.
Right, exactly.
At that height, right?
Harder doesn't work against these two.
They're right up there volleying up at the net. Should have lifted that one up. Third one. Oh, that's nice.
Anika found her favorite spot on that inside out forehand.
Causing a reaching error. So listen to the sound of those drives.
Yes.
I mean, I'm not sure if you can pick it up, but it's really a bullet, and you can hear the deflect of the volley that comes back at a softer sound, so they're absorbing the pace. Anika should have been ready. If Barrett's going to take that chance to move forward, she can't be thinking about coming back to cover a ball that's volleyed behind her.
Let's watch this return. Let's see what Roxy does with this forehand. That was a successful guest appearance by Jade. Wow. Two break points saved.
Nice spot.
Good drive.
Great
Good
spot.
target.
All right. Big serve, big return. That is a well-placed serve right down the tee, and Roxy cut the angle off and moved forward and was able to put that ball through the middle. So, little spark here.
Yep.
Laura Barron serving. Great angle. See how Stoklosova sets her paddle before the ball hit the court, as did Jade. That is the key to successful screenplay, is your paddle is ready before that ball goes into the screen. So all you have to do is move your paddle forward and up. Just keeping the ball between her and the net. Barron's got to be careful now. She's getting pulled out of the service box, and she keeps hitting that flat ball with a little too much speed. Stoklosova's just waiting for the opportunity. Well played. Well, you can see, Lauren, that shadow on the court is in and out of the sun, the ball, so they're doing a good job of staying focused.
They are. You can't tell that the sun is so impeding them. Sticking with the game plan of the second set of putting more overheads into Stoklosova's side. Now, there was a short one for Roxy to take advantage of.
They've got to be willing to work the point, get the ball that they want.
There it is again. That seems to be their best bet, trying to get a short lob. And from, as long as they keep playing Stoklosova, they know they're going to get a lot of lobs. And occasionally one goes short.
That's a better speed. That's going to keep her out of trouble, Laura Barron. You can see Roxy's feeling it.
Nice, yep.
And she's getting some opportunities.
Taking advantage of those short lobs. In general, I feel like they're lobbing really well, but they get that one.
Yeah.
But they get that one short one, and they're taking advantage of it.
That comes from the willingness to hit a million overheads before and wait for the short one.
We just can't force it.
What a get.
Great get.
But at that point, you have to say, Baron and Anika were in control. They're controlling points now where they didn't control any in the first set.
And that's a return that Curtis did not miss in the first set. So here's an opportunity. Saw that coming.
Nice drive.
She did it twice in a row, and Stoklasova was all over it.
You really got to make sure that serve goes down the tee to pull Stoklasova out further. She put it in the middle of the service box, so she took away time. This is a big point in the match here. I just feel like Barron and Anika have got a little bit of momentum going. Too fast with that overhead. Stoklasova hitting all these lobs with very little footwork. She's just balanced. And in the meanwhile, Jade, who's not hitting the ball, is taking 10,000 steps. She is so ready for when that ball comes to her.
I do feel like Barrett and Anika are working the points better, though. They're not trying to rush. They're working the points and then taking the opportunity when they have it.
But mentally, it's so important when you're the partner who's not seeing a lot of the action to stay engaged.
Yes, exactly.
You know, when you get that one opportunity, you got to be ready to go. And Jade Curtis is doing a good job of that. We saw that yesterday too when they were playing a bunch of balls into Stoklasova. Stoklasova has an economy of movement.
Oh, tried the old lefty half volley. But I think Stoklasova feels like she's being too predictable. She hasn't really, you know, she can do so many things by coming in and blitzing or whatever. I think she's just trying to make a few more things happen.
And that's another missed return, which we didn't see.
Jade was coming in before she finished hitting that ball. Let's see if Roxy stays this time instead of going left. Going to our left. She did.
First time in the match, the lead has gone to Barron and Anika. So Curtis Stoklasova took this first set 6-1, and Barron and Anika are up 3-2 in the second set. So change of tactics, change of pace.
Yep,
making the adjustments, you know, mid-match.
And it's amazing when you start making some adjustments, how all of a sudden the other team starts. A few errors start creeping into their game. It's not so easy anymore.
They're putting a little pressure.
Yeah, they're putting pressure on them. They're getting errors, and looks like a totally different match now.
So we just want to thank one of our national sponsors, Viking Athletics. They're the premier brand and the undisputed leader in platform tennis. Viking is platform tennis. The Viking Extra Duty Platform Ball has been the #1 selling ball in the industry for the last 20 years. It is the official ball of the APTA, of the APTA Nationals and President's Cup, and of the Grand Prix Tour. So Jade Curtis serving 2-3 in the second set in the finals of the Boston Open in Weston.
I mean,
Whoa.
Roxy is moving to her forehand so much better. It's a big change from yesterday and the first set today. It's like all of a sudden she's found her timing.
Well, I think they've relaxed a little bit. They're not looking to hit such big shots. Showing a willingness to work the point. That's that high spot drive again.
Right.
Where you have
They're doing
to
a
reach
good job moving
up.
that drive around and picking different targets.
Surprised Roxy can feel the ball at all with those big gloves on. It's not easy to hit. She hit that one with a handle.
Oh, good pressure. Roxy's definitely found her forehand drive.
Just in time.
Yes.
One break point saved. Curtis right on top of the net.
And to your point, Lauren, about the gloves, it's only 17 degrees right now in Weston. It's really cold.
But you'll see no one else is wearing gloves because it's hard to feel the paddle and feel the ball with gloves on, or at least for a lot of people.
Nice touch on that overhead.
That's a deuce. Jade Curtis taking a moment. She hit a lot of good volleys to stay in that point.
See her short. She shortened her preparation on the serve, Jade Curtis, and she's been serving well. That was wide open. She just needed to lift that up 2 feet high, and you can see Jade didn't slide all the way over, so she would have been able to find her armpit. But the ball clearly is not bouncing as high.
Right. In the cold, lower bounce.
Good serve.
I love the composure Curtis is showing right now. Nice combination there.
Those last 2 games were both so close, and I guess it's fitting that they each won one of them. You see Jade Curtis trying to get moving. Like I said, it is cold. I mean, it is affecting the players. You notice that, you know, they've still got their hats on and their jackets on. Laura Barrett's the only one who's hatless. Barrett and Nika have got to be careful not to give them the speed again when they get pulled back on those overheads. Nice hands by Anika. And she's just got to get her feet moving again, get further back behind the ball before she goes in to hit that spin overhead. I mean, the ball really needs to be in front of her. She's got a little bit impatient. That was close. That looks like the Curtis from the first set. Really committing to the shot.
There she comes. And Nika's taken a little bit of pace off of her serve in the effort to get it in. Pretty cool. That's a great angle to show the grip changes and the spins.
Wow.
It's a risky shot when the ball's below the level of the net.
On game point, no less.
Yeah. Nika's doing a good job with her serve. Good hold.
4-3.
I would say that is the only time I have ever seen Vicky Stock-Lossover show anything like that. Little bit of a kick of a ball, not a big deal, but just she never shows. You can watch Vicky play and just not know if she's winning or losing, and that's interesting to me that she would.
She's not playing great.
Yeah, but she doesn't usually show. I mean, I've seen her not play great before, but
yeah, I think she's
rallied the troops.
Frustrated because she feels like they should be off the court already, but she can't really.
We've seen the replay of that grip change on Roxy Anika's overhead, so it's a roller, and then the cut, and then she couldn't help herself because she's so creative. She just loves to hit those shots. So thank you, Kelly Diesel, our producer, for ENAT Live. That slow motion replay is really fun to have.
I don't think Roxy would have enjoyed that slow motion replay.
Well, the first two shots she would have. All right. Vicky Stock-Lossover serving 3-4. Second set.
I mean, look, Anika moved the ball around great there. She had Curtis reaching. Her volleys, she came up with the goods. It's a tough way to win a point.
Yeah, she stabbed at that volley nice and deep.
But Anika has really found those two spots on her forehand, the wide one and the one down the middle.
Soft hands, Vicky Stock-Lossover. And those drop shots are brutal in this temperature.
They drop and they don't come back up. There's the forehand again.
30 all.
Great deep volleys.
Anika just sort of missed getting a hold of that ball a little, and Curtis was all over it.
So both teams just trying to get a little momentum here. String it together. Look at the ready position of Curtis.
This is where you just want them to slow it down a little bit. They're just pressing a little bit too much.
Both teams are doing a nice job of picking their spots.
See, she's done that a few times, Saklasa, but she's not happy with it. It's not a likely outcome when she hits an overhead, but
15-0, 4-0. Second set. As that slap overhead, Laura Barrett loves to go.
And she had Curtis out of position, which is why it worked. Curtis was running back after reaching to get that short ball, and Barrett went right at her, knowing she couldn't react quickly enough.
And she was inside the service box when she hit it. Stoklosifer and Curtis are having a chat. Good placement by Laura Barrett on that deep lob. She hit that overhead. I don't know, Lauren, are you surprised that Barrett and Anika aren't switching at net and put Roxy on the left? I kept waiting for...
I was waiting for it on a separate point. I am, but I guess they're happy not to.
Anika's got a lot of variety on her spins overheads. Sometimes she forces it on the wrong ball, but she can really do damage. That's a tricky shot, right, Sally? How that ball hits that back screen and then climbs along the side screen.
Yeah, it's hard to track that.
All right, chance to go up 5-4.
Boy, they've really found that. Yes. Well, the nick, of course, but the backside of the deuce court. It's been a big, big game changer.
Instead of just going straight after Curtis, which they did in the first set, and Curtis wasn't letting anything happen because she was just driving it, they've moved the ball over to Stoklossov on the outside, and they were willing to wait for a shorter lob.
And Curtis is moving over to see if she can pick one off in the middle, and so there's more room in that deuce corner for them to go.
Yeah, that's so important. You know, we talked about it in the beginning with Barrington and Anika, was just test the side screen, the deuce side screen with different spins. But again, it's all good to have a game plan on paper. You have to be able to see what's happening and realize what's happening as it's happening and make the adjustments as the match goes on.
And you have to execute.
Easier said than done sometimes.
I don't like that return of Barron's where she kind of slices down on it. Even if she doesn't miss it, I think it's just more effective when she hits it. Great stab volley. It's a danger when you drive from so far back.
That's what we saw in the first set. We haven't seen that much this set. Nice rip, and that's that higher clearance over the net. That control of the speed of that overhead from Stoklossova when she's deep in the court is just fantastic. And it's not flashy, you know? It's not flashy, it's just no razzle dazzle, but it's such an important shot to have when your opponents are moving your ball, moving you out of the service box. All right, that was a good hold. 5-all.
I hate to say this because I feel like you always jinx a player when you say this, but I'm so impressed with Curtis's serving.
Yeah.
She's really served great this whole tournament.
Yeah,
big improvement.
Oh, yeah, she really went into that side beam. Yeah, she really hit that post hard. There's Shannon Vincent, our tour director. Shannon is with us on all the tour stops during the season. We have 5 Grand Prix tournaments and the Nationals, and Shannon does a fantastic job of coordinating all the moving pieces that go in to each event, as you can imagine, working with each tournament director and doing the scheduling and making sure the umpires are all set. All the other tournaments within the tournament have to be scheduled as well, because everyone's guaranteed 3 rounds, and it looks like Roxy Yanika really did hurt her shoulder.
I'll start the clock. Yep.
So she's going to have an injury timeout.
10-minute injury timeout.
10 minutes.
10 minute. Wow. That's
Yeah,
too
she hit
bad.
that post hard, yeah.
I wonder if there's anybody here that can take a look at it. Yeah, it is cold. It's 26 degrees, so the screens are tight and hard. Yeah, can we take a look at when that happened? I mean, it's a combination of shots. Yeah, right.
This isn't that point.
Oh, it's not? Okay. Yeah, but they were definitely in well and truly in the second set with the momentum. They'd really fought hard to get back into this match, because that first set was all Curtis Stoklosova.
I think she's better off just keep playing. I think it's going to stiffen up if she stops.
Yeah, I don't know what she's actually
My professional
done.
opinion.
Well, you know what? It looks like Shannon has got a heating, one of those
patches?
Heating pad. Yeah, that she's. Curtis Stoklosova left the court. They'll probably come in and try to stay warm. All right, it now looks like we have the point where it happened.
Here we go.
Ooh. No,
So she didn't hit the
post.
beam.
Yeah, she hit the
screen.
Right in the middle of the screen. I'm sure she's going to love watching this replay.
We got a lot of good ones of Roxy today.
That was a nice get by Laura Barron.
Smart deep down the middle, and then nice drop volley.
Yeah, 5-0. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and I'm going to try to grab Shannon Vincent and see if she can tell us what's going on, and we'll be right back.
I play to be a role model in my neighborhood.
I play to be part of the team.
I play to be stronger than my brothers.
I play to channel my energy in a positive way.
I play because the field is where I shine. I play to be a part of something bigger than myself.
I play to stay healthy. I play to feel powerful.
I play to win.
Hey, mister, are you a roto-rooter plumber?
Guilty.
Did you fix what flooded my house?
Sure did.
Toilet overflow?
Nope.
Pipe break?
Getting warmer.
Busted water heater?
Nailed it.
How long can you hold your breath? Is that your real hair? What's the birds and the bees? Do you know where my grandma is?
You know, I don't know.
What's next?
Wrapping up the water cleanup.
You do that too?
We do both.
Fair enough.
Call Roto-Rooter for plumbing and water cleanup. Yeah, we do both.
Give a little bit.
At Amazon, we've got millions of toys and games to choose from this holiday for kids of all ages, with free shipping on over 100 million items. So visit Amazon and give a little love this holiday.
Welcome back to the APTA Grand Prix Series. We are in the women's final, the Boston Open, and we're in the second set. And we've got an injury timeout. Roxy Anika ran for a drop shot and hit her shoulder in the second panel and really hurt it. They lost the first set quickly. Why don't we run through what we've seen so far, Lauren?
Well, the first set was all Curtis Stoklasova. They just... Baron and Anika were a little erratic, and even when they weren't, I mean, Curtis was taking every drive and hurting them with it. They were volleying everything back. It looked like this was a one-way train. Baron and Anika changed their strategy in the second set with great success, started making Stoklasova hit more of the balls, and they were able to get more lobs that way. And every time there was a short lob, they drilled it, either at Jade Curtis or into the backside screen. They got some nicks. They got some a lot of fast play to happen, which is what they were looking for, and now it's 5-all.
Yeah, I mean, there's the tactic. We thought, when we mentioned in the tips in the beginning, the winning tips was to test Curtis in her side screens, to mix up the spins, and they went at her too fast and too quickly, and Curtis was on fire because she likes to drive, and she did not miss. Like you said, she was hitting driving backhands and forehands, and then their overheads were just too much speed. So Stoklasova was pulling Barrett and Anika out of the service box, and Barrett was hitting her overheads too fast, too short, and they were catching them. So then they kind of slowed down that, and like you said, changed direction, put more pressure on Stoklasova, and then when they waited for the short ball to spin it in, and then we started to see a few errors creep in to Curtis and Stoklosova's game, and Roxy Anika's forehand got going, like you pointed out. I mean, she really identified two spots, and she was able to get some errors. They both raised the height of their drives too, instead of just going out for flat-out winners and putting too many in the net. They raised the ball higher. They were going for more armpit height, and they got some reaching errors, and then they got their confidence. So right now, 5-all.
It's the end of an injury timeout.
Well, there's the point again where the injury happened. A nice little touch drop shot, and boom.
And this will be interesting, Jerry, because a 10-minute timeout is a long time, especially on a day when it's 17 degrees.
Yeah.
You very quickly get unwarm, and it could be very disruptive. So we'll have a few things to look for. We'll see how Roxy's shoulder is, and we'll see who handles the break better. Looks like we're ready to start. 5 all, love 15. Now that Curtis has come down to earth and making a few more errors, they seem to be, Beren and Anika seem to be content to go back there and just try to draw the error.
And if I were Curtis Douglasova, I'd be hitting a lot of my lobs to Anika in the beginning. Just test and see how that shoulder is. Right now she seems to be okay.
Seems okay.
Yeah. But you're really, it's so important when you have a break like that that you have a focus. Just pick one thing that you're going to focus on. You know, obviously, they don't want to focus on Anika's shoulder. But the tactics, what's it going to be? And the same thing for Curtis and Stoklosova. It's not easy for them to have to take in a break either. So
no, it's harder.
You've got to come back from that break with just one spot, one thought. Get back into the flow of it. Nice little reverse spin there on that overhead.
And she caught the seam.
It's a weird feeling when you have a break like that, when it was so tense and the points were building and 5 all in the second set.
Yeah, and then everyone's so in it, and then the break comes and it sort of takes the intensity away, and you have to find a way to get it back quickly or the set's over.
Right, body and mentally.
All right, let's look and see if Beren and Anika can make all their returns. I like them in this game.
Wow, that was a great get and a well-placed flick. It's the pressure of Beren. I like when Beren goes in, puts pressure on that first volley of Stoklosova.
Anika got caught there. She moved forward and the ball was behind her.
Oh,
that was flying, that volley. And Curtis knows it. She just couldn't get out of the way.
All right, set point. Couple of set points, actually, for Beren and Anika.
stop.
That spot on Anika has picked for her drive, that out wide shot that she's found success with in the second set. That was a tactical error there. You don't want to make a switch when your partner's driving.
No, 30-40.
But these breaks at this point of a match really test your concentration and your focus. You see Laura Barrett walking in circles. I'd be doing the same thing too. Just trying to keep that feeling, keep that little engine inside that they work so hard to get. Curtis Stoklosova trying to hang in here, force this set to a tie break.
What hands? It's a good blitz, good return, good blitz.
Another set point saved. Barron's picking high percentage returns now between the two of them, a little higher over the net. Well, calibrated just in time, so that is the second set, 7-5 to Barron and Anika. And Lauren, that was like some tactical turnaround there.
At 6-1 to love, after Barron and Anika failed to break after having 3 break points, I thought that's it. Yep. And all credit to them.
Yep, they have turned this match around, and the change in tactic and the change of speed has put pressure back on Curtis and Stoklosova, and now, as we saw, they started to miss a little bit, and we're heading into a third set. So we will be right back in a moment after these messages right here on the APTA Network, presented by eNet Live.
When it's your job to protect the world's greatest nation, it's your responsibility to solve the world's greatest challenges. This is why we search for the best and brightest, why we train for every eventuality, on land and water, in the air, space, and even cyberspace. We operate in a complex world with one simple mission: win.
Welcome back to the APTA Grand Prix Series. We are in the third set of the finals of the Boston Open. This match between Jade Curtis and Vicky Stoklosova and Laura Barron and Roxy Anika has been a very exciting match. After easily winning the first set, Stoklosova and Curtis couldn't hold on to win the match in 2. Barron and Anika took the second set 7-5, and here we are at the beginning of the third set.
Yeah, you see Stoklosova just grabbing a little snack there to keep her energy up. Like I say, you can still see the breath. It's that cold. It hasn't really moved up, that temperature warmed up that much, and it's harder to play in these cold temperatures. We haven't really played that many tournaments where it's been this cold. So even when they're changing balls every 7 games, you're having to warm it up a little bit. It's a different feel, and
yeah, that ball is rock hard when you first play with it, and it plays very differently. Here we go, Laura Barron to serve.
So let's see if Curtis Stoklosova can make an adjustment here.
Well, I liked seeing the blitz from Stoklosova. I think she has to get more involved in this set.
And it's critical that Barrett and Anika remember the strategy and the speed that they used in the second set. Overhead from deep, it scares me when Laura Barrett hits it that hard, that fast. She just plays into the strength of Stoklosova and Curtis.
Well, I think they feel like towards the end of the second set they were drawing some errors from Curtis, and I think they're happy to keep testing her, hitting it hard, hitting it however, until she can show them otherwise.
But that's off of a shorter ball, so it's the deeper balls that I...
Yeah.
It gets them in trouble because they both can hit such well-placed... Oh, and Roxy Anika is showing they can hit the drop shot too in the same area. But you know, that's what Stoklosova and Curtis can feed off of. So Barrett and Anika just have to watch the speed of their overhead when they get pulled out of the service blocks. Just that safe spot on the court. Where is it that's not going to get them in trouble? And you just see a little bit of any energy change in Jade Curtis' body language right now.
That's why I think Stoklosova has to get more involved. She was taking more of the passive role because Curtis was on fire, but I think now she has to step in and try to make something happen. Instead of letting, that works, but instead of letting Anika and Barrett dictate.
All right, deuce. We are in the third set of the women's final. I love that height of the returner serve. It's an awkward volley when it's up high. Yep. Pick your spot, but you've got to calibrate the speed. Yeah, I think Barrett and Anika are most successful with Roxy on the left, hitting those different combinations, and then Barrett can hit that hard slap overhead right at Curtis's body, make her have to get out of her own way. Just going for a little too much, like you said, Lauren. You know, in the first set, she was more focused and pinpoint on where she was hitting those backhand short balls.
The doubt has crept in.
That was a good hold by Anika and Barrett. And the momentum is definitely still with them coming out of that second set. They kind of clawed their way back into the match, and they've been able to start the third set with that same feeling, which I'm going to say all credit to them, because when you take a break with 10 minutes long, you've got an injury, it's sometimes hard to keep that mojo going. And now Stoklosova and Curtis have got to find a way to get a spark back in them. I mean, you want to see Curtis keep hitting, but
She's
high
gotta
percentage
keep
shots.
going after it. Like
Not
that backhand,
feeling
she
it.
didn't commit to. She didn't want to miss it, and then of course you miss it when that happens. But she's gonna need to get it back if they're gonna win this match.
It's just such a tough ball to drive the third time in a row when it's below the level of the net.
First serve we've seen Curtis miss. It's because I complimented her serve the last game. Told you.
I think I told you not to say that. If you were Mark Fischel, I would have hit you. And like we mentioned at the top of the show in our Viking keys to success was the difference in the style, in the speed of play. Not just the strokes that each team has, a skill set, but it's the speed of play and the tempo of play. And Stocklossifer and Curtis, like we saw yesterday, they just control the pace of the play. And it feels like a slow death. I mean, you're not being pummeled to death, but they didn't miss. And Barrett and Anika, they love the fast action. They like the hit the ball hard with lots of spin, but they're just making too many errors, going for too much too soon. And now they've kind of found their speed of play and their willingness to wait for the right shot.
Not so much in that game.
Right, that's what happened in the first set, and they tried to force it. They've got to be mindful of what changed in the second set for them. Two big return of serves. I think they set up more variety if they get Anika on the left side. Make that switch. Okay, 5:30. Roxy Anika is serving.
You know, Stocklossifer is happy to play the long game on that volley. She hits the first one to get it low, to get the second one popped up, and then come down on you. It's really pretty to watch.
And she kind of floats in. You know, she's quiet but deadly, those moves. That was a big break for Curtis Stocklossifer, up 2-1 in the third set. We're at the Western Golf Club in Boston. Yeah, this is the third year that we've been to the club for the Grand Prix tournament, and they really do a spectacular job. Drew Sawyer, Genius Chitsukwe, who's the director of Racket Sports, they put in a big day on Thursday in the pouring rain, getting all the sponsorship banners up and everything, final prep, and it's really a credit to them. see the heated tents are set up on the side for the spectators, and this is the membership really does support this event big time. We've had big crowds.
Anika's really hurt Stoklosova with that inside-out forehand return. Might want to change their formation up there.
Beautiful spot right between the two players, got them reaching.
Yeah, they changed it. I like it.
Must have heard you.
They must have.
I like that Curtis Stoklosova are taking a moment here. 540. She had it on her paddle. She's hesitated. That was a huge shot right there.
Well, props to Anika there, because the eye really should help, but she found that line.
Yeah, in this match we're into it's 1 hour and 45 minutes.
And we're dead even.
I don't expect physical fatigue to be a factor in this match. I think it's going to be more about mental. That's Stoklosova's baby shot right there, the little soft roller into the side screen. I mean, you really have got to block it, and again, I can't stress enough the difference that shot makes when it's this cold. It's just not going to come up. Nice rip by Curtis. Barrage of spins for Barrett and Anika. They're able to get some short lobs from Curtis. I mean, that's a tough shot selection to try a drop shot from that high up. Just needs to be a little bit more patient. .540, 2-all, third set, the women's final. Good spark by Curtis going forward, just needed to put that volley back at somebody's body. Don't try to go around them. Stoklosova putting a little bit of pressure on her, coming in on her return of serve.
Yeah, I like it. I think that they're letting Anika and Barron off the hook. If they make the return, I'd like to see Stoklosova up there to put more pressure on them. That's terrific.
Yeah. It's all from, you know, the short lob. Willingness to wait, get that short lob, put some spin.
Well, they're getting Curtis on the defensive, and then they get the short lob. It's over and over.
Ooh, that hurts. Okay.
I'd like to see Jade
Regroup
really
now.
hit this return. She's taken something off of it. Go after it.
Here, Laura Barrett calling early because she was getting out of position and she kept moving too much to the left, and that causes the confusion. On the next ball that came back, and you see Stoklosova just taking a second. Short lob. Right. Curtis showed good maturity there and patience, and you see most of her lob, she's trying to send it down the line to Anika to force Anika to get the ball over to Stoklosova, and also to take away the angle. And as long as she lobs deep down the line, she'll take away that spin overhead from Anika going back into a corner. It's too risky.
At least she made it. Everyone's showing tremendous patience and discipline right now. Great volley. Jeez.
Good decision making by Curtis to let that ball go through.
Great playing by Jade Curtis. She kept her cool at that point. She had to contend with a lot of different things in that point, and she really pulled it out. Good job.
Yeah, she dug through. She hung in there. She knows staying with the game plan, and she just waited for that opportunity. And that overhead hard into the back screen is always risky when you've got a player that can handle the pace and has the foot speed to stay up with it. And so she was basically given a short ball to attack. And Laura Barrett, you know, she recognized it right away. You heard her say, you know, sorry, Roxy. She kind of rolled the dice and took the risk. And Curtis came up with the goods.
They were testing her, and she came up with it.
All right, so Jade Curtis feeling good about that last barrage of points. The hits that she was able to handle is serving. Up 3-2 in the third set. This match, third set, has settled into quite the battle. Every point is being contested now.
Winner by Laura Barrett. Inside out backhand winner.
You doing stats on that?
No, there've been a lot of them. When Curtis closes like that, Anika tries to make it better, and it's just not there. She's got to wait for a different one.
Yeah, but if she recognized that Curtis is closing, and a lob would be very effective.
Yeah, instead of trying to hit around her.
Starting to see Anika press a little bit now and miss a couple of forehands that she didn't miss in the later part of the second set. So again, the momentum swing has come back to Curtis Stocklustifer. It's their tempo. Barron and Anika are starting to make a few errors. Barron is not seeing that gap with Curtis, is not shifting enough to her left. Keeps going cross court when she could hit that shot down the line. Wonderful lob by Anika. High, deep down the line. Stocklustifer lobbing high down the line, trying to force the play over to set up Jade. Lauren, this is the part of the match I love the best. It's truly a mental battle. Who is going to stick in here and stay with the plan? 30-0.
30-40.
Big deep breath by Curtis. I like the composure.
That hurts.
And that's pressure. All right, it's important that she shakes this off. Gets back to business. We are 2 hours into this match. Oh, what a pickup.
Wow.
Jade Curtis played that point beautifully.
I was thinking
Anika.
how great it was that she was able to drive that Anika overhead, and then she came in behind it, and Roxy stuffed her.
Here, Laura Barrett clearly calling those balls early. She wants to take. Her overhead is so flat. I just think that Jade can do more off of her overhead than with Roxy's combination of spins. But the issue is, the balance is, Roxy tends to give you a few more errors, and her shot selection gives you errors.
You know, that's the thing about playing Roxy. Why one of the reasons she's so hard to play against is she'll make some errors that you can't believe, and you think you're getting on top of her, and then she'll play flawlessly. It's hard to get any sort of a rhythm.
Great speed. All set up by Stoklosova's off-pace, wide, dipping drive. Breakpoint opportunities to go up 4-3 for Curtis Stoklosova in the third set.
She's just not hitting that ball. You can see it when she turns her shoulders. She's not committing to it the way she was.
And like you said, so her momentum is not going forward. Yeah. She's not mentally going into the shot. So they're physically, she's pulling up on it. You just feel that calmness again coming back to Curtis Stoklosova. They're just not pressing. They're just content to place the balls, move the balls around, and really wait until they've got the right shot to attack. And Curtis is starting to feel a little bit of a spark again, which they need.
Well, that volley winner that she hit with a fist pump, she's getting herself, you know, she's trying to be positive. Stoklosova to serve. 4-3.
Where you really need to be clear and focused on what your game plan is. Got so many thoughts going through your head. There's big weapons in the middle of the court there. They both wanted to
both
swing
wanted
at it.
it.
Barrett's backhand and Roxy Yanika's forehand. And Lauren, I'm not sure if I heard either one of them call for the ball there like they do on the overheads.
I didn't hear him.
And that might help them because they're so used to being the big hitter. Both look for that shot, that it might help them to make that call a little bit early as to who's going to take it.
Same there. Both went for that volley.
And this is what Stoklosova does well, is she understands the moment in a match. And see how she's taking a little time there at 30-all to make sure that she and Jade are on the same page.
And they made sure to shift there. So there's no confusion about who's hitting the volley.
And they just laid it in there for Roxy to, you know, you're either going to have to make this shot and beat us. And you saw Anika pull off just a little bit.
Big hold.
Right, and that's composure. You
That
know,
was.
in the big moments, that's really, you saw Stoklosova take that time at 30-all and just mentally reset Curtis, and now they are up 5-3 in the third set. And it's important for Barrett and Anika to stay with their game plan right now and not force it. Whoa, good thing Laura Barrett likes that backhand overhead, because that was a last-minute grab. Oh!
That was nice.
Love 15. Bit of a Zorro volley there from Roxy. Very gutsy play.
What do you call that volley?
It's a slasher. It went from the outside left to right, undercut.
It's like a windshield wiper volley.
Yeah. It just shows how the talent, the skill that she's got. Phenomenal. All right, 15-all. I'm going to say it again, Lauren, but it is critical that Barrett and Anika stay composed and make good shot selection and speed selection right now.
Yeah, I mean, they'd like to have to make Jade Curtis serve for the match. She didn't. She served a shaky game last game. I'm sure that's in the back of Jade's mind too. She'd rather win it right here.
All right, what's Roxy Yannika gonna do? Stay or go?
Stay. Nope.
But the fact that you second guessed
Yeah.
bodes well for them. So you know that Vicky would have to second guess. Stoklosova is just going to dig in here and stay calm. Oh, and that's unbelievable. Get that she just made. That was not an easy screen. They gotta call those middle balls. There's Barrett and Anika in the backcourt. They're not as sharp calling those balls as they are at net, and I just think it'll help them make decisions a little bit earlier. 30-0. I'd like to take the pulse rate of all four players right now. Who do you think would be the lowest?
Vicky's, and the highest is Jade's.
Jade's ready to pounce. Look at her ready position.
But she took something off it again. Oh, yeah.
30-40.
Match point. Curtis Stoklosova. Laura Barrett serving. And just like that, it is the razzle-dazzle of Stoklosova's touch with a little dip. What a spectacular women's final, Lauren. We had the whole gamut there.
It was a great match. It looked like it was going to be all Curtis Stoklosova, and Baron and Anika completely turned it around, and they had Curtis Stoklosova worried.
Yeah, I mean, whew, gotta recalibrate here now. That was really a change in tactics, and you can see where, you know, you just don't go out with one plan. You've got to have a plan, absolutely, but you've got to have a willingness to make changes and an ability to see what has to be changed while it's happening. And usually, you know, one player who's playing well and solid, you know, sometimes they'll go off the boil. So you have to be able to, like we saw, you know, with Jade, she did not miss. Credit to her in that first set. I mean, she was just rocketing off of both sides.
She didn't miss in the semis.
Yeah.
3 straight sets, she barely missed a ball and hit a tremendous number of great shots. So you have to be able to hang in there until that changes. It's hard to sustain that level.
Yep. And Stoklosova, you know, like you pointed out, she was not at her sharpest, but she was when it counted the most. She reset. What she does so well is she doesn't panic. You know, she stays calm and she doesn't just give stuff away, and she's willing to move the ball around. And Baron and Anika, to their credit, you know, came out. 6-1 in the first set is hard to regroup from, but they did. They clawed their way back in. And then they had that break. You know, we had the injury. And they were able to really keep their focus. And I think it's credit to them. It's just a little bit of a focus of them, a little bit of a factor of them not playing a lot together. And I'd like to see those middle balls. You know, we heard Laura Barrett call the ball on the overhead. And then I'd like to see them call in the middle because there was a little bit of confusion, and just make that clearer. But, you know, really, both teams, credit to them. And we're going to hand it down to Mark Fischel, who is with our champions. He's getting the inside story.
Okay, I'm back with the winners of the 2019 Boston Open, Jade Curtis and Vicky Stoklosova. Guys, this is 3 in a row for you.
I know, I actually didn't realize that until you pointed that out. But yeah, we've had a really good run so far and just hoping to keep it up.
Where are we going to see you guys next, Vicky?
We are discussing nationals. Short Hills, Jade is going to play with Liz Jeffy, and I will play with Martina Andrejkova.
So, discussing nationals. Can we get an idea in terms of where these discussions are?
I think they're leaning towards possibly playing, but I mean, there's no guarantee. There's other things going on. We have to just figure them out, but hopefully we can. Yeah.
As that is said, then we can play.
That's a very definitive statement. Now, Vicky, I have to note today we saw a little bit of emotion from you at the end of the second set. You kicked the ball. For most players, that's like a serious temper tantrum.
I watched a lot of Australian Open, and I see the guys do it, so... yeah, no, I have emotions, you know, when they come out, that's what it is.
Okay, well, congratulations, and I sure hope we see you at Nationals. We'll be back after these messages right here on the APTA Network, presented by eNet Live.